everyone. Welcome to everybody being in the wrong spot. It's fine.
Hello, we're in the wrong spot today. Anyway,
I get to be the GM?
Yeah, get you back in there.
All right, I'm for
GM
this.
time. No, just kidding.
A spaceship lands in front of you. 3 lizards walk out,
Only 3.
followed by 1,000 lizards.
How many lizards do you want? Anyway, hi. Welcome to Roll For It. Your favorite YouTuber streamers get to go play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Margaret Crone is looking... Oh, wait, she's disappeared now. Oh, we have a normal Maggie back. Everyone's in the right places.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I was moving everybody around. Sorry.
So,
the one thing
right.
I forgot to check. It's been a crazy week for me, homies. My game is going into alpha. I'm excited, but nervous. It's fine.
Speaking of games, today we'll be playing Dungeons & Dragons, our Ascension campaign, continuing on, and we are joined today by our new guest for the next few weeks, Nomedic. Gnome, hello. Who are you? What do you do?
Doesn't he look awesome? Look at his little
description.
ears.
I really do love that.
Yeah. Look at his character. It's so cute. When I saw the art
love
come
that
in,
art.
I was
That
like,
art is
oh
so
my
amazing.
gosh. I know, Void Smoker, if you're ever curious who does our art, it's Void Smoker. Amazing artist. If you can get his time for commissions, he's amazing. 100% recommend.
Don't steal
would you like?
Don't steal
Would you like to describe yourself really quick so people know who you are?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Gnome. I do TTRPG things in TTRPG spaces. Lots of games everywhere, all the places.
Okay.
Easy enough.
As easy enough. Righto, we're gonna go through some announcements real quick, how you can support us, and then we'll dive straight back in, considering the party are still in the Shadowfell, having just killed a dragon.
Also,
by
I just want to say
ricochet?
that, like, Gnome has been planned to be on this for, like, a year and a half.
Wow.
Just patiently waiting.
Patiently waiting, and then messages me. I was like, wow, he proactively messaged me and remembered that a year ago he was scheduled for now.
Because it was in my
Usually
calendar.
everyone forgets. Everyone forgets because we message them. Maggie messages them, and then a year passes. Then Maggie's like, "Hey, you know you signed up to like a TTRPG in the before times.
You know
It's
how
still
the
happening."
devil is like, hey, here's a thing. Oh, you'll owe me your soul, but right, that's cool. And you're like, yay. And then you die and you're like, oh no, I forgot. I promised my soul to the dead. Kind of like that.
Just finally coming.
I
for
have
your
a calendar
firstborn.
too, so I have all of the like our future guests lined up on there, and it's just really funny because I try to reach out, and you reached out to me before, like literally, like your ears must have been ringing because like EE was like, hey, message.
I mean,
Gnome.
with airs
And,
like that, like
I was about to message, and you messaged me. It was so it was creepy. It
That's
was like
weird.
during one of our admin meetings. It was really weird. It's one of those things where I'm like, I feel like we're in a simulation.
Wait,
It's
I've got to
fun.
think this.
Right? Whenever that stuff happens, I just get creeped out, man.
Anyway, speaking of getting creeped out, they're in the Shadowfell at the moment. So we'll get to
I was like, where are you going with
actual
that?
game. But firstly, announcements for today. Today's supporter is Miazilla. That's such a new name. Don't know who this person is. Are they the person who does all the amazing fan art? Oh, yes, they are. Thank you very much, Miazilla. Thank you for
right.
today's episode. Hopefully today's episode will be to your
She
liking.
made a really cute
Little skiff.
skiff, yeah. She's made all of our characters too, but skiff is super cute.
So cute.
Yeah.
We also have a lot of GM notes out for Ascension on the Patreon. Both Mercurix and the Ghosts of Zepol are out. So if you wonder about the dragon from last episode, the stats are now on the Patreon. And also, we are sponsored by Roll20. We've been using Roll20 for literally the entire time we've been a thing, but we are now sponsored by them. And that does mean that we have a little link that you can click, and then when you do and you subscribe to them, then they like us, and that's great. But it also allows us to like have giveaways and stuff. Do we have a giveaway today?
Not today, but we will have one coming up.
There you go. We'll have one coming up.
A big extravaganza. It's going to be fun.
You guys
As
want
opposed
some
to
of
small
my
extravaganza.
magic cards to give away? I can sign them in like blood or something, you know, whatever.
That's how you actually
Don't
summon
do
the
that.
things on the cards.
They get your DNA if you do that. It's a bad idea.
Oh, yeah,
And
that's true.
then they clone you?
That's the trick. Is like if you're saying that you're going to sell your own bathwater, you either lie or you give them your DNA. Both of them are bad.
Or you
If
give
you're
them
gonna clone
someone
me, just
else's
give me a
blood.
clone as
They don't
well.
know.
You could trick them with someone else's blood, but then you're misleading the consumer, and that's illegal.
I
Probably.
think Gnome's getting a very good introduction to how our introductions tend to go. Like,
Sorry.
Welcome to the chaos. I told him when he joined the
serious,
channel,
though.
I was like, "Welcome to the madhouse, man."
we are 2 points into today's introduction. Well, 3 almost. Anyway, we're sponsored by Roll20,
the pre-show.
which, they're an online tabletop service where you can play your tabletop games. For instance, we're playing Dungeons and Dragons via it. Our dice rolls and stuff, our character sheets are all done in Roll20, but also they have like almost every RPG that I guess more than like 5 people have played or something on there. And if they don't have it, then you can just code a sheet. If you can, do any sort of HTML or whatever, you should be able to make your own sheet. And you can alter them and stuff. Like I altered the ones for the Mass Effect game because I wanted to add some like tweaks here and there. And you can do a load of cool things. We've got dynamic lighting. We've got like tokens doing fun stuff. We've got auras. We've got little effects. We can like put fire and stuff on the screen, which I was doing the other day because I forgot it existed. And then I remembered and I was like, ooh, fire everywhere. So yeah,
and it lagged him out so
GM.
bad that he had to restart his roll.
No, that was last week. That's because I just hadn't turned the browser off in like a year.
You hadn't
that was my
restarted
fault.
your PC, you said. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I hadn't restarted the PC, and it was running a huge Excel spreadsheet in the background. Anyway, just ignore my terrible IT skills. We have, that's it, that's the announcements. Right, okay, we're going to do a very quick shill, and I'm going to nominate Bentham because he's totally not a bite of a sandwich.
Bentham's like
I actually just finished my snack.
There we go, perfect timing.
Ready.
I'm not being cruel.
I was ready, but also if you want a quick shilling, don't ask me. I don't know how to shrink this one.
Yeah.
Shrink it.
But,
Talk about how ethical we are, mainly, and how we pay people to be on the show and stuff.
Oh yeah, well, it's the thing we do. We pay all our cast, and we have a rule that we always pay all our cast the same. But we pay GMs more because GMing is more work, but it's consistent across all the shows and all things, and that's important to us. And we do that because these people are doing good work that is worth paying for. So the way we're able to do all that is only thanks to Patreon. Without Patreon, we would not at all be able to do anything near the level that we do. We wouldn't be able to do multiple shows or have so many cool people as we have. But you can support us on there with a whole bunch of different tiers as you prefer, with a whole bunch of different rewards, including one unlimited 2 MP3s of all of our shows. After shows we record after every show, we talk about what happens in the show. Character sheets, enemy character sheets. You can submit names for NPCs. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about how all the shows are going and all that kind of thing. If you're crazy, you can take part in once monthly game jammed by a member of the Roll for It cast. We just announced this month we've got Little Red Dot jamming a game. We've also got Grant jamming a game. You can, if you're at that tier, then you could get in on it next month. And then there's other places too. I am actually doing this pretty fast. You can support us on Twitch if you do the Twitch things.
You're in good.
Yeah, I'm cutting live. I'm taking the script that runs in my brain and I'm just quickly like pinching the film. You can support us on Twitch. You can drop us bits. They appear in the cup and do a physics, which is always fun. You can give us tips. They appear in the screen. You read them out to the end of the show. So thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. You can subscribe, of course, which lets you get badges and emotes and things like that. We need to make some animated emotes. Actually, we gotta do that. That's the thing we can do now, right?
Yeah, those are a thing.
I'm thinking we could do animated shovel.
That is the most enthusiastic. Cobble's like, yeah, they're a thing.
Well, I messaged my artist and she's like, making them from scratch is very difficult and costly. And I'm like, oh, cool. All my ideas
you got
are
like
gone.
Like, unless you can just make something like move up and down a bit or spin, it's incredibly awkward.
Yeah, if you have to animate it frame by frame, apparently that's really tough if you're, animating something. So
yeah, I'm seeing a possibility for an animated shovel, and maybe we can make the shipping emotes bob up and down.
Oh, I really want, I'm going to tell you this. It's a really good idea and someone's probably going to steal it, but I want an animated emote that says roll it and then some like a D6 like rolls in the screen, like off the side of the screen,
Mm-hmm.
So
roll for it.
Yeah.
It's a 4.
It's a good point.
I
Yeah, now
want
that
it.
you've got animated emotes, you can have them technically be larger than the emote thing. You can have it
We
scroll
need
along.
animated emotes.
We'll get on
Anyway.
that. But yeah, you can do those, and then also you can watch the VODs which appear immediately, whereas otherwise you have to wait 24 hours for us to put them up on the YouTube. And then on YouTube, you could give us you can do the YouTube membership and or whatever it's called these days. They keep changing the name, and you can get emotes and badges over there, and doing any of the monthly things, that being YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, Patreon support. You can join the Discord and hang out with us and other fans of the show and do all the things. There's an RP room, there's gaming rooms, all sorts of rooms. It's all going on in there. And of course, you can also just support by just showing up, just by being here. It's already super helpful. You contribute to the numbers, which makes the algorithms like us and they go burr and make good things happen, probably. And you can hit all the buttons and stuff around the player, and that usually helps too, apart from the one that says unfollow and unsubscribe. Don't hit those ones.
Yeah, no.
That makes us sad.
Or the X in the corner. Don't go that far away from the player. You've gone too far then. Yeah, that's way too much power.
There you go. Is that all the shilling done?
It's all the shilling done.
Okay. In which case, it's time to do a recap. What happened last time on Ascension? So, last time you got paid in, well, offers of sponsorship, in repaying a favor you owed, and in Skiff's case, actual gold, to go to the Shadowfell, to go to a vault, go in the vault, grab a load of stuff, leave, jobs are good. That was made more complicated by the fact you're actually going to have to jump from 5 miles teleported up, fall into a city, feather fall to the ground, enter the Shadowfell, go through the Shadowfell, come out the Shadowfell, do the vault, go back into the Shadowfell, travel. Anyway, it was more complicated than it sounds. Made more complicated by the fact that a Shadow Dragon was just waiting for them to steal stuff, and they didn't, and that made the Shadow Dragon angry, and so it attacked them, and then they very, very narrowly managed to actually kill the Shadow Dragon, with everyone very battered, having been supported in their fight by a load of ghosts who they had managed to convince that they were kind of good guys, and the ghosts were like, sure, you're worth supporting. And so as they kind of find themselves in the very last kind of section of their escape, having been trapped in a train station by a dragon with a load of ghosts, they managed to defeat Dragon. Dragon fell onto the electrified rail system, and that is where we rejoin as you are kind of trapped. There's a dragon just sizzling on top of some electrified rails. The spirits of the old denizens of Zepol are kind of swirling around and kind of slowly settling down to the ground to watch their former tormentor dead and now smoldering, as the rest of your group, including Caladri, who had actually hired you to do this job, kind of find yourself catching your breath. There is also a train here, which is very weird considering the city got destroyed a long while ago, but that's a different story. And so with that, we're going to rejoin where we were.
Yeah, I think if
Aaron's
the
gonna
train
kind of
is
pause for a second.
if the train is on, because the train was saying it was like last call to take off. I think we want to take parts of the dragon. I think it was what the last little bit of RP we were talking about. So we might not make the train in time.
Okay. So, Arena, having a look at the dragon, it is over the side of the platform onto the rails itself. Caladri is still enlarged for the next 40 seconds, so she will go over and try and pull it up onto the side. Kind of pulls the dragon up slowly, and you can tell that it is very, very singed from being on an electrified rail and then kind of pulled over. It's kind of damaged. You can see that this dragon, while once a very scary form, kind of becoming almost ethereal as it went through the shadows attacking you, now doesn't seem quite as scary. In fact, there is something kind of majestically forlorn about its corpse.
Okay.
Aaron's gonna walk up and kind of look at this thing and be like, "Nice shot, Arena."
Arena
Thought it
kind
was
of
gonna get away.
shakes her head and walks closer to it. You said something seemed like flawed about it?
Forlorn, not flawed.
Oh, forlorn. Okay.
In terms of flawed, yes, there is a lot of damage to this dragon, considering how much you had to do to kill it.
It also probably was twisted by the Shadowfell for being there for so long, and is why it is a shadow dragon, I would imagine. So that's kind of
That makes sense, considering what you know, yeah.
great either.
Part of me feels kind of bad that we did this, but he was enslaving people of some form.
Yes, we didn't have a choice. It attacked us. It was us or him, and I tried to talk sense into it. It wasn't having it. But do you think that we can maybe honor it by using its corpse and trying to get the most out of it, so that it's not just wasted?
I mean, if that's the tradition, I'm not gonna complain.
I don't know about the tradition. It just seems extremely wasteful to leave such a majestic creature dead and rotting in the Shadowfell.
Well, I think the urgency that we needed to leave before is gone. Got some time to make some use. By the seemings of it, really what we were facing this whole time in here was this guy and his denizens.
As you
Those
say
aren't
that, you
the train
notice that,
anymore,
like,
and Perrin leers
I-
over at the train.
Do we know if this creature is undead? Like the shadow dragon? It's not undead, right?
From what you know, it's not undead. A Skith who did a check early and did quite well on it is nearly certain it's not undead.
Okay, when Skith says that, like, you know, Arena will walk over to it, towards its head, and kind of like touch the beak of its nose, or like the snout.
There's like thick scales on top, which, as you touch them, are very cold to the touch. Not like freezing cold, but it's a very cool sensation that almost permeates through your hand.
And for the first time, I would like to use my Raven Queen's Devotee and do gentle repose on the body. And Arena will do like a little prayer to the Raven Queen.
Okay. And as you put your hand out and you touch the dragon, and you pray kind of very quietly under your breath, there is a kind of like very soft hiss, almost like a breeze, just leaves from your mouth and plays over the front of the dragon. The corpse will not degrade for a little while. You're okay. It will not turn or be kind of icky. Not more than it already is.
Yeah, it says, I will just post it in chat too. You touch a corpse or other remains for the duration, the target is protected from decay and can't become undead.
Yeah, what's the duration on that? Is it 1 day?
10 days.
10 days, okay.
And yeah, you just see her kind of like take a pinch of salt and a copper piece, and she like places it on the eyes of the dragon.
Nice
These
trick.
copper pieces don't necessarily go like on the eyes so much as kind of get lost in them, but you can gently like put it on. Well, it's quite a chunky eyeball.
Over
One
the
of them
pupil.
is definitely like
Pupil.
bleeding and kind of like has been holed at some point during the fight.
Very specific trick that is perfect for this particular situation. Perrin starts kind of walking around the corpse, and at a certain point he goes, and then he like reaches in and pulls back, and he's holding the little orb that the dragon stole of him earlier.
You'll need to go looking for that.
You have
It
to
did
cut
not
open
Oh,
the
he didn't-
dragon.
he didn't keep
like
hold of
ate
it? Oh,
If you want to go have a look for it, it'll be an investigation roll.
okay, I go.
Just
have
so
a
you
look.
know, we got a new toy. Bentham used the new toy, lost it. And so basically there's a joke that he's like,
Stole
give
it.
me back my ball.
17.
Yeah, it will take you a little while to find because it's not in this room; it's in the room you came from. But off
Okay,
to one
he just
side of the
chucked it
room,
as soon as he grabbed it.
Yeah.
I thought he
because
ate
it turns off. No, it turns
thought
off
we were
as
gonna
soon as
cut 'em
grabbed.
open.
So it just grabbed it and then just chucked it at the end of its turn somewhere you wouldn't find it. But you do find it in one of the corners, kind of covered in like these very strange, kind of flickering pearlescent spiderwebs. There is this little ball, and you pick it up, and like, right, there we go. Put it in the pocket again.
What if it had eaten it and then it activated inside of it? and it was all like light.
It would be
Just
very,
kinda
very
glowing.
mad.
Also weak to, or well, no longer resistant to damage permanently. That would be.
I mean,
fun.
it would basically like a cat with a hairball, but if you also breathe fire.
Yeah. Like that would be fun if you could reactivate it, but unfortunately, I think it resets every dawn, so I can't like. Otherwise, I would have just like used the command word while he was holding it, which would have been fun.
As you're looking for that, Arena, you're standing in front of the dragon, just kind of looking at it. The spirits around you start to settle to the ground, and they all kind of form up in 2 rows, one to one side of you, the other to the other side, with you in the center, looking at the dragon. As you kind of look around, behind you, the swirling, like, flicker of energy that was once the spirit that you knew by name, Nudge, destroyed seemingly in the battle, starts to reform slowly, and you see out of it the strands kind of pull together, and as they pull in, this very vague form starts to recompile almost, and you can see it kind of form back into the boy. Ragged clothes, bedraggled dark hair, and he then
Dirty again.
steps down. Yes, he is dirty again.
Kids.
I think Arena turns around and is like,
Nudge? Is that you?
Yes. You killed it. You killed him. We could help.
I saw that. We weren't trying to kill him though. To start with, I would say.
You freed us. You gave us purpose as well. We couldn't do anything when the city fell. Maybe we could have. We didn't try.
It is
We've
okay.
regretted that for so long.
Nothing anyone could do in the face of such destruction.
Regret is hard because you can't change it.
Maybe not. But learn. You could make amends. And we stood up. And we did something. You helped. And we're now free. And as Nudge says that, the word free seems to almost linger on the air. Like the syllables get drawn out to a like kind of free creaks. And then one by one, the spirits start to slowly fade, going more and more transparent until they disappear entirely. One, and another, and another.
Arena smiles.
We should have stood up. Instead we hid. We've regretted that for so long, for 200 years. This time we didn't. You lot gave us a second chance.
Then you must use it wisely.
I look forward to seeing what comes next. With that nudge.
When Nudge disappears, Arena just like looks up and says,
We will meet again, Nudge.
Maybe he wasn't such a bad boy after all.
Arena, like her grin goes ear to ear when she sees Skith say that.
See,
Arena,
Did what he was
sometimes
forced to,
helping
but-
someone is a good thing. Sorry, what were
Arena.
you saying, Perrin?
I need to interrupt, unfortunately. Arena,
Oh, okay.
you hear what sounds like a very distant rustling, if the rustle was kind of made of tin foil.
Hmm.
Becoming louder and
Very
louder.
metally, tinny sound.
Remember the guy with the there was a guy with hounds when we first got in here that we
Oh,
saw.
yeah.
I think it was. So maybe we don't have as much time as we think.
Aaron, you now hear it.
Definitely draws Mind Killer and looks for the source of the sound.
I think if we're going to get anything from the dragon, we should do so quickly. I don't want to spend
Which
any more
point,
time here.
through all the skylights up in the roof, a good 80 feet away from you, it's at this point that Skith can hear it. In flows dozens. 50, 70, 100 ravens, all of which are vaguely made of metal with gears and cogs attached. And they just flow in like a huge shoal and start filling the room and flying around in a spiral, centered around
There's a
your
moment
group.
where Perrin's like ready for a fight, and then he realizes, and he just lowers Mind Killer.
Arena, like,
And Skid's probably like, what?
Skip's
Arena's-
like in the corner, like, oh, what's happening?
Arena's looking up as they start coming in, and then she just kind of like spins around, like as we're watching like the camera pan and her like looking and seeing like the entire room fill up with them.
Yeah, like we have a top-down shot of Arena spinning one way and the horde going the other way around.
And everyone else like freaking out. I love it.
Perrin knows what's up. He puts the sword away.
What does Skith do?
Crouch, like holding my
Aw.
head because I have
poop
8
on me.
HP and I'm almost out of spells, so I'm pretty much worthless.
I understand.
If we have to fight anything else, and I still have dread, so
It's true.
I do need to
Calandri's
get
doing
Corvid bot
similar,
back
and I'm
up.
just like, don't worry, guys. They're on our side. We're okay.
Slowly, the
relax a little.
spinning slows down, and then without a word, they all go from spinning around to just going up and then out through the roof, drilling an almost perfectly circular 2-meter radius hole through what was once a solid roof. And as they lift, you see standing nearby Corvidbot,
Oh.
full HP.
Oh.
You also have your dread removed, Skith and Arena. And Arena, you feel suddenly a little bit more empowered.
Do I still have the other thing, just not the shadowy thing?
The other thing, not the shadowy thing?
Yeah, the madness. So I had
Um,
dread and madness.
Oh, right. That madness would still be there.
Okay. All right. I will remove the dread though.
Actually, no. Actually, that madness would go. Because of your piety, that madness would be gone as well. You're lucky. It wasn't targeting that, but it also has the effect of removing
It was
that.
the thing that was making me think that something was coming in the shadows. Actually, this makes it even more like Reno was telling the truth. It's not a lie. It's not crazy, but it's true.
It's like a light has been lit in your mind. All the things that were at one point scary and kind of intimidating to you, every shadow kind of out to get you, something omnipresent, something terribly imposing about this place. Now it does look dark, it does look dreary, but it's no longer a place full of as much terror as it once was. As the ravens lift, this train station is more an abandoned train station than a realm of despair and dread. The train is now not there, though.
It probably takes a moment, and then Perrin's like, wait, oh. And like looks around to see if the train's like on its way out or anything.
You do not spot any sign of it. Even the echoes of the loudspeaker announcing its departure have instantly ceased.
So the train's just
Almost as if it
gone.
wasn't there. Yeah. the
Oh,
only
weird.
the only piece of like evidence that suggests that there was a train there is your memory.
Oh man, I wanted to go on the train. The train just sounded cool, but I know that it wouldn't have made sense. Arena will go up and like touch the side of Corvidbot, and like pet Corvidbot.
In hindsight, the train was probably a trap.
Maybe it was, but maybe not. Maybe
At
it
one
was-
point, it did seem a better alternative to being eaten by a shadow dragon or even enslaved.
That is why I think maybe it was sent here by someone else.
And Arena looks up at the hole that's been carved into the ceiling.
I think if it was
do
sent by
feel a
them,
bit
it would
better.
still be here. My guess is they dispelled it. We can take the long way back. I think our journey here is blessed now.
I think if the spirits left and if the ravens were on our side and now the train is gone, then perhaps maybe it was a trap and that option is no longer open to us now. Perhaps it was one of their doing.
We have honored the Raven Queen, and the Raven Queen will make sure that anything trap-like or trying to trick us stays out of our way, I think, now.
I see.
Arena looks down at kind of like the body of the dragon and looks to the others and says,
Something happened. I no longer feel the shadow. Maybe
she looks back up to the ceiling and says,
maybe she has protected us from it.
I do feel
she
better
has.
as well. It's quite odd, all of a sudden.
Something else. I think we could talk to the dragon if you wanted.
This dragon? Looking down at the dead dragon.
Arena nods. She looks like confused, but like assured of that, yes.
By
That
all
could
means,
provide useful
try, I
information.
suppose. It does seem like he had something of a tragic story, really. Rejected by his father. Funny that those things still affect the beings like dragons.
Or more importantly, maybe it knows what the orb does, or is capable of. I can't get that thing out of my mind.
Me neither. I'm worried if it gets into the wrong hands, what will happen?
Definitely. Yeah, we can try asking it about that. And then if we get what we need, we could also ask about Palanrax, the city. What
He is
that whole
not
deal
going to be
is.
happy with us. If we just killed his
Yeah, that's a
son.
good point. Are we going to get anything out of a dragon that we just killed by talking to it?
I mean, I could try to reason with it. Perhaps it's now that it has passed on. Maybe its rage has been reduced because it's no longer trapped in this realm.
It was likely warped and corrupted by this place, and then in turn corrupted it back. It seems like everyone's better off for this arrangement coming to an end. Well, I mean, he's dead, but there are fates worse than death, and he may have been experiencing one.
Arena and Corvidbot will go back over to the dragon, and Arena like kneels down besides the snout of the dragon, and will cast Speak with Dead.
Aaron's gonna watch warily and like have a hand on a sword hilt just in case something happens, but it expects that it'll go okay.
This type of magic makes me uncomfortable, he whispers to Perrin. The
Okay.
warlock
She knows what she's doing.
paladin.
And you see kind of she takes out like a little burning incense, and like the incense kind of seeps into the dragon's like nose, and like it almost like breathes life into the creature for a short 10-minute
I mean, you have a self-lighting bong. Do you want
oh
to
my
give it
gosh,
the incense?
instead of incense, can I do the bong? Yeah, that's
Oh, no, it
funny.
has to be incense, but it has to just burn the incense. You can burn the incense in a bong.
Okay, yeah, you see her take out what looks like a homemade bong and burns incense.
So like Perrin's like she
What
knows
is
what she's
that
doing, and then we
contraption?
look back over and she's producing a bong, and Perrin's like normally.
And you see the smoke kind of like sifting into the snout of the dragon.
Almost like it's kind of breathing it in, but obviously it's dead. It just seems to travel into the dragon. Okay.
and I grant the semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse of my choice within range, allowing it to answer the questions we pose. The corpse must still have a mouth and can't be undead, and the spell fails if the corpse was the target of this spell within the last 10 days. Until the spell ends, you can ask the corpse up to 5 questions, so we can ask 5 questions. The corpse knows only what it knew in life, including the languages it knew. Answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive, and the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if you are hostile to it or it recognizes you as an enemy. So there's potential that he could lie to us. So it's going to really matter how you roll, I think, Cobalt.
Linger, leave your friends to fight for you. You remain invisible, and then kill me, unworthy one. What do you want?
As the jaw opens very slightly with the movements, it's almost like it's speaking in time with the voice and not actually giving voice to these words.
Arena
Does the
back
person-
up a little bit, because the snout of this dragon's probably like the size of me.
Bigger than you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm the size of one of its teeth.
It could probably fit you in its mouth and swallow you with one bite if it, like, you know, a big chunky bite.
What does Arena have to ask the questions, or can anybody ask them, or is it
It
specifically?
doesn't say
the person
that
that
I have
casts it?
to. Just says that we can ask.
You
up
can
to
ask
5.
the corpse up to 5 questions, so I
Yeah.
think ask the Arena.
So I will. Does it say?
I do think it's a little ironic, shadow dragon calling someone invisible a coward, considering you lurk in the shadows.
And we killed it while it was escaping.
You bring me here to insult me.
No, that is not why.
And she kind of looks at the other two, and then she's just like,
We were.
Is my death not enough?
I didn't really want to kill you, but. Anyways, we have some questions for you. What do you want with the orb?
You dare destroy my mortal coil and then ask me for information that you are too ephemeral to even know.
Well,
Short-lived.
it would not be. It would not make sense to ask questions you know the answers to already. We just want to make sure it doesn't get into the wrong hands. Do you want it to go into the hands of your enemies?
That's 2 questions.
Yeah, yeah. Perrin, while standing there, is holding up fingers.
For it. I would let you go if you provided it to me, but instead, you were too incompetent even to steal it from my father. You left it for him to find.
What happened between you and your father?
He abandoned me here. I chased that traveler, that adventurer who escaped. He dealt with the other one. I chased her through into this place and became lost, but it granted me power. I was to become more powerful.
what granted him power? What did he say?
Said that this place granted him power.
Oh, this place did.
Oh, the
Shadowfall.
place. Okay.
Arena, perhaps I should ask a question. Did we want to know what the orb did?
Definitely. If he'll tell us, which is unlikely.
What would the orb do?
No, I wanted to ask that.
That's what you wanted to ask. What would...
Yeah, but I wanted
You
to ask.
can't ask. I have to ask.
Oh, you have to
Yeah,
ask.
and it has
Yeah.
to be asked by the person who cast it.
Oh, okay. Dang.
Yeah.
It would have allowed me to gift you with unlimited baked goods.
I have a funny feeling that he's lying to us.
Words with you.
Yeah, that's not what it does. I have my theories on what it does, but I don't think that is it.
I asked 3 questions so far, right?
That's the 4th
Okay.
one. Perhaps a way to go about it would be if we... I mean, maybe he just wanted the orb for his own personal power, but if there's something he wanted to do in the world with the orb, we could ask him that, and perhaps he'll tell us in the hopes that we will complete whatever intentions he had.
But what if he doesn't?
Or perhaps we could ask if the dragon knew whom the vault belonged to.
Or
Arena kind of like says to the 2 of you.
we can ask him who the person was that was running away.
It was Masha.
I mean, that's who we think it is.
If only one person got away, then it has to be Masha, because we know Masha was
that would-
there.
That would also depend on if they utilized the Shadowfell. If they didn't use the Shadowfell and got to the vault by some other means, then the dragon would not even know.
Dracon blood. Why do you insult me so? Do you think this half-elf and this gnome are more majestic creatures than I, one of your betters? Bow and serve me as you should. You were created for such purpose.
Unfortunately, there. I can't even.
You are a
I'm sick from
traitor
that.
to your scales.
Yes, there are other problems that I must solve. That require me to be alive in freedom.
No value to me.
All right. Well, what are you intending to do with the orb? Perhaps we can make sure it happens.
Make a deception roll.
I mean, depending on what his answer
Depending
is,
on
we
what
may
it
want
is,
to
we
make
might
the
actually
thing
do
happen.
it. Yeah.
True, but you don't intend to when you ask the question.
All right. 19.
19 is a very valiant attempt from Arena.
That's really good. I don't get any pluses to it, so.
You know, for a gnome, a bite-sized treat. You are not without your own power. Bring me back. Resurrect me. And together we will find out. You will be my lieutenant in the new world. We will overthrow my father, with you lot at my side, with the power of the orb. We will rule this continent.
Well,
Yes, that is a tempting offer, but I do believe you have been corrupted by the Shadowfell.
What you call corruption, I call gifted power. I could say you have been corrupted by your towers. Gifted power by the gods. I have been gifted power by this place, also created by a god.
Oh, this place is created by God. Good to know.
Yes, that is an unfair comparison when I don't believe the power that we've acquired has twisted our minds and
Really? How would you know?
Well, I suppose I don't.
Only one way to
Your
find out.
questions have been answered.
That is true.
With that, this light leaves the skull and the jaw flops to the ground, tongue lolling outside.
I guess we have.
All right,
limited
pair in the
amount
eyes of the horns
questions.
Apparently walks forward. Like, no, yeah, he didn't really endear himself. I'm not gonna waste too much time.
Do you think he could really make that happen? If someone. were to
I
bring
mean,
him
he
back?
was talking practically moments before about how he would crush us in a moment given the opportunity. I don't think he was ever going to make any of us lieutenants, let alone let us live beyond the moment we resurrected him.
Yes, he was
Guess
quite
that's
an angry
the-
fellow.
The flaw of being such as this, they consider themselves perfect in all ways, including deception, which doesn't work when, you know, we have some brain. Not as much brain as them, but we have some, you know. As Baron, like, stabs a sword in between two scales and starts wiggling.
Okay. What sword are you using?
It's my short sword, which is good, because that's very expendable, and I'm guessing that this doesn't go well.
I mean, swords are not really made for, you know, descaling dragons. They aren't really tools of, butchery. They are more, they put holes in things. So feel free to make me a survival roll.
I mean, there are other things that I could use if I was being more normal about it.
That's okay. What's your most normal tool? I won't penalize you for good roleplay.
Actually, I mean,
What do you use for, like, I have leatherworking I can do. What are these tools?
that's
Artisan
Honestly, I'm not even sure if they have a butcher's kit, but to be
Yeah,
honest, you would
like-
need something specialized because the
what kind of
dragon is so
artisan tools
large.
are there?
I would accept an axe more than I would accept a sword for filleting a large dragon.
I have a hand axe. Is that
A hand axe will help. A hand axe will help.
okay? We'll go with that.
Okay.
Cause yeah, I'm looking. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't even own like.
I don't think there is
a knife
anything
or
like
anything.
that.
There isn't a toolkit for
Yeah,
it,
'cause
but a
there's-
sword
I
is
mean,
definitely not.
considering it's a
Crap.
dragon and they're pretty
Like,
tough, I could get out the
Yeah.
miner's pick.
Cobblers.
A miner's pick will put holes in it. It's like if you wanted to open like a tin of baked beans with a screwdriver. You're like, sure, it'll do the job, but you're not gonna get like a clean tin of beans out of that.
Mason's
but yeah,
tools?
No,
What are
it would have
masons?
to be like, I'd be looking for like axes and stuff or whatever. A dragon this large, a hand axe like will do it, but it will take significant time. But give me a survival roll and we'll see if you get anything in quality.
It has
I
a
will need
hammer, a
There's
chisel.
also there's hammer and chisel
And a
could
mason's
do
tool.
it too.
that will help a little bit for. So there are a few different components. What are you trying to get from the dragon?
I
Components
think
of value.
teeth, right? Teeth, claws, scales, right? Maybe an
Horns.
eyeball.
Yeah, teeth, claws, scales.
Skith, make me a
Probably
nature
things we could
roll.
grab. I can make a nature
Um,
roll too if that would help. Or I can assist.
Skith's the DC is going to be a bit lower, so if you want to make one as well, but bear in mind the DC if you'll be a bit higher again
Yeah,
because
sure.
Skith is
Sure.
from a very draconic focus nation.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
So I can chuck one in.
I've only read a lot
can as well.
about them.
Yeah.
I have a decent nature roll, but I just rolled bad, so.
Yeah, teeth is certainly something that like you hear a lot of talk about. Quite a lot of people wear them as like trophies, etc. And in fact, you can sell dragon teeth as trophies for other people to be like, yeah, I killed this dragon. Like you've probably been in a tavern and there's been some level 3 adventurer talking about how, oh, I killed this dragon, isn't it amazing? And he probably bought that tooth for like, 50 gold somewhere. But yeah, if you want to get teeth, claws as well. Claws, can probably be turned into things like daggers, even short swords, depending on the nature of the dragon. And scales, yeah, you've probably heard about things like dragon's scale armor being, derived from those scales. So if you want to try and get those 3, totally fine. I will need a first roll for the dragon teeth. Survival roll, pretty easy.
I can assist with survival.
Do you
And I
have
have
survival as a trained
tools.
skill? And does Perrin have survival as a trained skill?
I have it as a
I
trained
do.
skill. And I have
Okay.
tools. If that gives
There you
us a
go.
lower DC. My sonic screwdriver.
The sonic screwdriver it can turn into any artisan tool. None of the artisan tools are really applicable for this, but
Mason
like
has
you
hammers
have,
and a chisel.
Yeah. With the like hammer and chisel and with the axe that got mentioned, like the DC will be as reasonable as it's gonna be for something like this. If you were going for something bigger like the skin, that's where it gets a bit more difficult. But
Yeah.
teeth is no problem for this. So if you want to make
Maybe my
the roll with
leather
advantage, then
tools for skin.
Okay.
20.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Roll me 2d10 plus 5.
That's a dirty 20 though, right? Yeah.
2d10 plus 5.
Okay. You have 17 young dragon teeth. Actually, put down as young shadow dragon teeth.
Okay.
Young shadow dragon. Are you adding that
Sweet.
to our sheet? Our
Yeah.
group sheet?
It's probably worth way more than I got paid for coming here.
Yeah, by the way, Caladri's going to give you the other 250 gold now while they're doing
Nice.
this.
I think she
Um,
said that at the end of the.
Yeah, she did.
episode.
She
To
she said
Skiff?
she would give it in the next episode so that I remembered.
Yeah.
Is Skip marking that down?
I
Yeah,
took it, yeah.
It skips
Okay.
money, so.
It gets money, yeah.
Yeah. I presume so.
It's not a group funds.
You mean Pietro's money?
True.
I love that you're just gonna gear Pietro up.
Okay. To do the claws, again, same roll. You had advantage because you're working together on this.
Okay.
Oh
Nat
my
20.
gosh! Woo!
Okay.
This is awesome.
Roll me 2d6 plus 2.
Plus 2. 11.
You get 11 dragon claws. Put them down as 11 young shadow dragon claws.
11.
Got it. What next?
And then the same again for the skin. If you want to get the dragon scales, it's going to be more difficult. But you can pull off individual scales. It just means you won't be getting the skin attached.
22.
Okay.
Dang. Nice. Wow.
Right.
Oh, nice. These dice are going well. This is
Wow.
good.
The RNG is telling a story
I'm
here.
always getting one good and one bad die roll each time. It's nice. I like advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
show you.
I'm just
baked
working away
goods.
like every little piece, every little piece.
We should make some
Scales.
dragon pie out of him. Turn him into a baked good.
Working away,
He did- he-
dragon.
he
liver
did talk
can
about
cure
baked
a
goods.
coat, dragon,
Exactly.
powder grows hair. With dragon blood, you'll never grow old.
Really?
Okay, you got a
Start chugging it.
22.
Like
so...
since we began to consider butchering this dragon, all I can think of is the song from Pete's Dragon about cutting and selling dragon parts.
That was the
I used to watch
tinkerer,
Pete's
right?
Dragon all the time as a kid.
The potion tinker person. Potion guy who's selling like gross potions to people.
Oh yeah.
Do we want dragon
yeah.
blood too?
Yeah, I'm talking
sure
about in the
there's-
show.
Some of that.
Puff the Magic Dragon. Pete's Dragon.
Oh, right. Okay, now I get you're on about. Okay, roll me 4d10 plus 10.
Me?
Yep. You're the one leading the
He's
harvest.
He's like, how many scales are on a dragon? That was what the math he was doing right there.
Okay, you get 32 shadow dragon
Holy
32
crap.
young shadow dragon scales.
dragon scales. Ooh.
Dude, we
That's
can add another
cool.
layer to your armor. Just
What? Yeah. What if I
You'll
put
be like a
some of these
jawbreaker.
dragon scales on Corvidbot? Would it give him more
Oh.
AC? Because he's got low AC.
Maybe it
Put it
would
this
help
way,
him
if you
hide in
put
dark.
money and time into it, so like quick timeout. I consider the Steel Defender to be just a little bit like underpowered. Not actually underpowered, but like it could be more interesting. So we've talked about like homebrewing upgrades that you can use your infusions for on the Steel Defender, which would be, I think, a kind of cool way to like be able to personally invest your like time and energy in your Steel Defender. And because of that, if you want to, you can make upgrades which you can then use as an infusion for your Steel Defender, provided you got the right ingredients, if you want to be able to give it some form of AC or resistance bonus using dragon scales. That would certainly be a way to do it, yes.
That would be neat, because it has a 15 AC, so it gets hit a lot. But it protects other people from getting hit, so...
Yeah.
That thing.
This,
Yeah,
by the way,
it's
is
pretty
gonna
sweet.
take probably most of the remainder of the day.
Makes sense.
Because it's a big, chunky dragon, and while you do have the survival skill to do this, you've only got one strong person here who can really smash down hacking and hacking and hacking until you can get out a tooth, a claw, all the scales. So it's going to take a long time. So you probably are going to have to sleep the night here. Caladri will set up a, dome for you. You can sleep in that if you want.
Right. Perrin's like, I'm happy to take as much time as we want, and Gallant can keep on fighting a dragon and, maybe getting into a couple close shaves. Seems good to me.
They probably
Now if they
think
give
we're
up,
dead
it doesn't
by
matter.
now.
We're on our way out.
I doubt they're still fighting the dragon if we haven't returned by now.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to seeing Gallant's face when I'm not dead.
Then again, I'm not sure how time passes here. Maybe when we return, it won't have been as long. I'm not
As far
sure.
as I know, it passes the same here as anywhere else, but I'm ready to be proven wrong.
That's so much loot.
Yeah. I mean, you rolled very well on your loot, so...
Do we get any more, or do we just do the long rest now?
Unless you want to do any more, you've done those parts of the dragon.
I think we probably should bottle some blood up. That might be, you can use it to make potions or something. I don't know. And it's,
Someone
I
in
feel
chat
like that'd be
suggested
easy to get,
just-
right?
Someone in chat suggested just pouring dragon blood into the bag of holding.
Isn't there already alcohol in there? It's like have dragon brew?
I don't
like
think it
blood
mixes,
brew?
but if it did, that would be cool.
Items are distinct and do not mix.
Okay.
Inside the bag of holding?
Yeah.
No.
Imagining
So-
like shaking the
It's in,
bag
like, a
of holding
ball
and then
of
pouring
alcohol.
out dragon blood ale.
do you want
Ooh.
to try and collect dragon blood?
Yeah, let's do it.
Give it a
Okay.
go. I imagine that's particularly valuable because you gotta get it quick. Wait, is it gonna like congeal and become
It
Yeah,
more
won't
repose
congeal
on it.
because of Arena's ability, but blood does not pump when the heart stops. So you aren't just going to be able to be like, cut, get all the dragon blood. You're going to have to physically move the blood out of the corpse, which is actually a lot more complicated than it sounds. So if you want to, you can attempt to do that.
If you make the cut at the bottom, then gravity can help you for a bit.
Well, to an extent, but it isn't that viscous. It will help a little bit. Okay, this is going to be the next day, so I'm going to use my little macro to advance the day.
Yay!
What if I enlarge
Yay.
We
Perrin
implemented
so
that
he
macro
could-
and we started RPing like minute by minute, so you haven't had a chance to use it.
Yep.
What does it do? Pretty
I've
that's the
advanced the
calendar.
day in the calendar. It is now free day on the 19th of Full Moon.
It's 19 of free day.
If I enlarge Perrin, would he be strong enough to lift the dragon up and like hang it from a rafter or hang it off of something so that gravity would?
Probably not, but maybe.
That is how you are meant to believe things.
I have 2 enlarges left. Well, I mean, I can only do one at
I
a
mean,
time.
you become large. The dragon is already large. If you want to, yeah. I mean, you've got nothing else to do today. If you think you're going to be
Did
safe,
we
and
get
you don't
any
use spell.
dragon blood?
Well,
We're working on it.
You're
He
working
said
on
that it would be difficult, and I'm like, well, what if I made Perrin really big? He's already strong, and it gives him advantage to strength saves, and then he could lift it
How
up.
much rope do you have?
I've got.
I think we've got 100 feet.
I think we have
I'm
9. We
imagining,
burned some, right?
giant Perrin hoisting this dead dragon up on a meat hook and being like, I'm starting to feel bad about this now.
Yeah, so we're.
You've got 90 feet of rope. You also have that animated rope that you got.
Oh, we
I
got
don't
climbing.
know if that's going to be
rope.
enough rope. Because this is a big, heavy dragon. You're gonna need a lot of rope to be able to take the weight.
We have climbing rope, didn't we get
maybe
that?
we just get like a bottle of dragon blood and we call it quits there.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to accept, like, you know, you're not gonna get as much, that will be a lot easier. Yeah.
I figured it might just save time or something, or just yeah.
I mean,
or
if you
make the check
had a
easier.
way to properly hang it up and bleed it properly, then yes, you would be getting a lot more. But
Yeah, we have
I don't
the
know
rope.
if you've got enough rope.
We have the climbing rope. I have rope.
Yeah, I
And
think
the
you've only
penis
got,
rope.
as they said, between everyone, they've only got 90 foot plus the animated rope. The rafters are 60 feet up, and then if you wanted to bind the dragon several times so it didn't break the rope with the weight, you would need to go round several times. You don't have enough rope for that.
Leave it as a reminder for other people who come through not to mess with dragon punch.
Okay. Do you want to do your attempt to get some dragon blood?
Do it.
I'll give it a go.
And I have survival, so I can help. I can assist.
By the way, gentle repose is massively affecting the DC here because, you know, dragon blood would otherwise be congealed by now, a long time ago.
Ooh.
That was smart doing that so fast.
It's the first time someone has really, like, died in front of us.
Oh.
I don't
And,
know
like-
about that. I don't
No,
know.
I mean,
that's
like,
quite-
and we've
That
waited, and, like,
wasn't on
we've
our
had time
team.
to deal with it, you know?
in like
since I've
episode
had it.
50 of the D&D campaign, I think we've had a few deaths in our presence.
Yeah, but, like, it's, like, tower stuff where we're, like, going and going.
Yeah.
Or, like, creepy fish
Actually,
It's
yeah,
the
that's a
first time they
surprisingly
wanted
small
to
amount
butcher
of-
the enemy after they've died in front
Yeah.
of them. Okay, make the advantage survival roll.
I,
I haven't had it for that.
ooh, 12.
I will give you a flash of genius,
Oh.
which gives you +5.
Okay.
17.
This is going to be still toughish. With that,
That's my last
what is
flash
the
of
same
genius.
size as a dragon? Killer whale. Killer whale's probably bigger, but how many liters of blood does a killer whale, when I'm on all of this, have?
Yeah, that's not even in like the top 50 for like Google searches E has done that has got him on
No.
watch lists.
If I die,
Yeah,
Arena,
just
220
don't let Perrin
liters of blood.
dissect me.
There's like 7 different FBI agents at their desk, like, oh, he's Googling again. What?
So that wouldn't really get you much more than a liter without gentle repose. Probably even less, probably nothing, because it would just be gone by now. It'd be like sludge. But because gentle repose, I'm gonna say you get 2 liters of dragon blood. Again, note that it is young shadow dragon blood.
I taste it.
Do you?
No.
Okay. Wanted to check.
Drink it.
Wouldn't be the weirdest thing that's happened.
That's very. I don't trust that blood. That dragon was cray cray.
I mean, according to the song, you'll become immortal if you drink dragon blood.
Yeah.
Sure,
And then I'll
totally.
be stuck in the Shadowfell forever too. Just leave that part out.
Possibly that too, yeah.
That's how that works.
I don't know how it works. I'm just imagining the worst possible scenario. I guess
You won't
death
be
might
wrong,
be.
yeah? Okay. Anything else you'd like to do?
I think we'll leave it at that. Do we long rest now or?
I'd like to rest and leave. Sick of this place.
Well, you've long rested the day before this because this is going to take ages. So this will take you a good part of the morning. Again, you're just trying to scoop the blood out. So it's probably about, 11 a.m., 12 a.m., 12 midday-ish. Not that there is a midday in the Shadowfell. But yeah.
And now we're long resting?
No, you long rested already.
Oh, okay, we did that. I gotta reset my things.
Okay.
We have a long rest. Long rest.
Not dying anymore.
You know what, let's... Yeah,
Is there a
no,
button
gentle
I should
repose
use for long
for
rest,
such a
or-
simple spell. Make me a d6 plus 1 roll.
Me?
Perrin, because he's
Oh.
leading this.
What's the roll?
D6
plus one.
plus 1.
Make it 3 liters of dragon blood.
Huh.
3 liters of dragon.
Nice.
Maybe I can trade some of this back from my ring.
I mean, I'm not well versed on the value of dragon parts, but I imagine it's going to be a welcome addition to the funds. Might be able to open my bank account again.
I
You
wonder
know,
how I
pay
wonder how
for-
much interest you would have by now if you hadn't had to close it so quickly.
And we maybe even be able to bail out Pietro's gambling debts he's presumably gathered since we left.
Trying to make an insight roll. Make a deception roll there, Cobalt, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh no.
Ooh.
10.
10.
Pull my sheet up here. Deception. Boom. Oh, mine's not.
16.
No.
Not bad.
Fine.
Everything's fine.
Perrin's already
I don't know
suspicious
anything.
that Skith will have got Pietro into gambling debt, so that's where he's
That
at. He
wasn't
knows
me.
nothing more.
That was you guys.
Perrin, by the way, as you're like
What?
about to leave,
No,
there is
I have
one
been telling
last
him
scale.
to stop gambling for like ever. Since
You
he
taught him
started.
it though.
There is one last scale, Perrin.
It's on the floor.
On the dragon, kind of almost half off, is a scale that is kind of split down the center, and you can kind of see an embossed shape on it.
He's gonna like approach and lean in and take a closer look.
On the bottom of the snout, kind of on the side of the chin, you lean in, and this scale that's split down the center has a little shape, and as you look, it looks like about ring-sized with a very difficult to make out sigil, but it's obviously where Skith punched the dragon the other day and actually did a point of damage. You can't really make the sigil out because it's, not going to be a perfect embossing on a scale. But there does appear to be a kind of dent where a signet ring hit this dragon hard enough that this scale is proof of that.
Perrin's gonna remove the scale,
You can just comes off.
and he's gonna hand over to Skith and just like walk up to Skith and just kind of hand it over like, might want to take this one. Apparently you did a number on it, and we may not want to leave the evidence.
Oh, is this where I punched it? Did you see that?
Apparently you broke his scale. Impressive.
I was surprised it did anything. Normally I'm used to seeing my opponent, so I was just trying to think quickly. Gave it a nice dragon punch.
Every little helps. That was his trick, staying out of combat range with us.
Yes,
Avoided
usually
me,
you are much
probably.
more useful than that.
I was
Yeah,
just
he kept
trying
out
to
of my
keep up
way,
with you all.
which is, don't want to toot my own horn, but probably wise. I'm pretty useless at long range.
We should really get you some kind of bow or something.
Well, I have the Eldritch Blast now. I just missed a lot with it.
Audrey points out that Dragon Punch is a great name.
It is a good name. But we were also told by our manager to not change our name too many times.
Well, we already kind of broke that rule. Though Dragon Punch, I mean, that sounds more like a bard troop to me.
I love it. I was never part of the first name anyway. I'm not even from the north, or I haven't even been there very much.
That's true, and you weren't there to save it.
Certainly not.
There's still time. This is technically the north.
I guess we're the saviors of the Shadowfell now as well. SOS.
We helped the dead pass on. There's something in there somewhere.
By punching a dragon.
Yes, by punching a dragon.
Dragon punch. I'll hold my scale up.
So does that mean you're going to be sticking around longer, Skith?
Well, I normally people I part ways with them by now. This is probably the group I've ever been with longest in all these
Aw.
years, so
Arena smiles.
From your
Suppose
previous
there must be
descriptions, it
something
sounds
there.
like all your previous groups would have died by now. We're less fans of that.
Yeah, I was a
I'm-
little suspicious of that, not going to lie. I was wondering if you are going to try to kill us in the tower.
Oh no, of course not. I just think maybe you two are more capable than hired help.
You can only get so far that way. The further along you get, the more you need to rely on someone that you can rely on.
Yes, when people are only doing things for money, it tends to be less effective than when they're doing it for themselves for some reason, of their own will.
I hope you do stick around. Just stop trying to prestidigitate everyone we come across. Some people like to be dirty. It's their way.
That's disgusting, Baron. Who would like to be dirty?
It's not my way, but I'm gonna let people do their thing.
Some people do want to be dirty. I don't know. That's
I don't charge them for it.
They don't ask for it either.
It is more
We'll
that
talk
you
about
should,
this more.
You should ask them if they want to be cleaned first.
Fine, as long as you promise not to dissect me if I die.
Promise. Why would we dissect you?
I don't know. Look what you've done to this creature.
You look around behind you, and there is a dragon with a load of shattered teeth and a lot of missing teeth. Most of its hand defleshed, the claws pulled out. Like the entire side of it, you've just ripped the scales from. It's kind of exposed raw flesh, and there's a bit of blood on the floor where you bled it.
Alright, fair enough.
If you die trying to kill us, I give no promises, but otherwise, I'll make sure to give you a proper burial.
Why do you think I'm going to try to kill you, Baron?
I'm saying that's what he did. That's why we butchered him. He tried to kill us, so we butcher him. That's the rules.
I'm not sensing much trust here.
Arena's just
There's gonna
shaking
be
her
an
head.
episode in
She's-
like 20 episodes time where
she's
you're gonna
already
fight a load
agreed.
of cannibals, and you'll be like, "You're cannibals! You're terrible!" And they're gonna be like, "You tried to kill us. We are going to eat you. It just makes sense." You're like,
We wouldn't try and kill the cannibals unless they tried to kill us, or they were evil.
Arena's just
judgmental
shaking her
group.
head. Arena has agreed to not cut Skith open.
yes, we'll remember that. It's like a Telltale game.
Yeah.
Perrin's only gonna cut Skith open if Skith tries to kill Perrin.
This is
I'm
the
definitely
good-
feeling you're going
good
neutral there, mate.
creature and the neutral creature.
Okay.
Wow.
It's the next morning. We are good to head out,
Okay.
right?
And so you head out through the Shadowfell. Going back
Use
the
this
route
handy
you
map
came.
that we've suddenly acquired of the Shadowfell, the route between the
Yeah.
center and the temple.
You do see overhead, very faintly, there is a shoal of ravens just following you.
Ooh.
A couple of times, those big winged predators that attacked you before come close, but they're instantly driven off by this entire shoal just moving towards them.
Arena will like wave to the ravens when she sees them.
Glad when I gave you that demonstration of my power when we first met that it wasn't a raven that flew by, and it was just
Yeah,
a
we might have
pigeon.
been a little bit more horrified.
I was pretty horrified.
Arena was really horrified when you killed her.
Yes, second guessing that decision now. Maybe I'll put more thought before acting next time.
Yeah, that
There
pigeon
there
could
are
have been
less
someone's
destructive
pet,
ways to.
or someone's mother, or someone's father.
All of the above, I'm sure.
All of the above? That doesn't make any sense.
Mother
I'm
and
not. I'm not
father.
wise.
Brother, sister. It's true.
That's so true.
It's a changeling pigeon. I don't know.
Anyway, as long as you're with us, ravens are a welcome sight. Apart from that one time.
Anytime if a raven gets close enough, Arena will pet it.
Also, the clockwork ravens. Tell us if you ever spot any of those out in the in the real world. They're the special ones.
I think that's more of Arena's thing.
It is, but
Right.
I kind of stole the idea. We saw them a long time ago. I thought they looked really cool.
Well, Corvidbot does look very cool, I think, as well.
I look at Corvibot, I'm all proud.
He does have a habit of exploding, though.
I think I need to give him a little bit more armor, but that'll have to be a project for another time. It takes a long time and materials.
Well, we definitely got some material for that kind of thing now.
True. I've never worked with dragon scales before.
I don't even know what to make of them. It'll be your job to work that out. Earthen will probably have some good knowledge about it too. And perhaps Rendry, but maybe not. Hard to tell. Rendry's been around a long time. Might have encountered dragons, might not.
But it
So
might be
then, if I'm
more
going to be
useful-
sticking around, how do you disperse your items? Do you have a sort of like a united loot bag, or do you split it up equal shares among everybody, or is it some sort of group decision?
When we get money and treasure, we split it evenly. When it comes to items, it just kind of goes to whoever could make use of it.
And then
Alright, good to
anything that
know.
we can't use, we just try to sell. And then we split the money again.
She says, being the hoarder who's basically never sold an item.
No, we've sold an item. We sold a
You have sold,
wand,
you
a
have sold
staff.
We've sold an item.
We've sold a wand, a staff, and a few other things. But yeah,
Oh,
At the
speaking of
moment,
which, we gotta
We
get
are
that
hoarding
ring
though.
back.
agree.
Yeah, Perrin looks around. Is like, at the moment, I think the Ring of Heroes Healer's Heroism might be, available. Though I don't think it's suitable for you.
Probably not as useful for him.
Oh no, but I do like those bracers, and we should also get the ring back from Caladri as well. Before she
As long
heads
as we
off.
have 3 of them, we can always summon the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
It is
Good way to
very
make sure
handy.
no one makes off with one, which has happened.
Well, it was kind of useful that they ran off with it, actually.
Until they lost it and a rat ate it, or whatever exactly happened there.
True.
What did happen to Brondel in the end? I suppose the city must have dealt with that situation.
I don't know, but I kind of hope Brundle's okay. I liked Brundle.
I would like to
Minus
believe
the
that
trying to
he is,
poison
but
everybody with mushrooms. But to be honest, I can see how they got there.
I think, unfortunately, Brundle is lost. We hoped, but
At Skith looking
Yes.
confused, Arena kind of looks at Skith and is like,
Brundle was kind of in a place that was really mushroomy for a very long time. I think they kind of weren't all there.
got corrupted by the god, demon, whatever of mushrooms, that kind of thing. We hoped we might be able to kind of jog their memory of their former life by bringing them to Near-Earth. Instead, they just kind of went further into the whole mushroom thing, tried to destroy the city.
Well, try to make more followers for their patron. Which,
Yeah,
I can
indirect destruction
understand,
of the city. I suppose that's an important part.
but for the wrong reasons, yeah.
Skith's like, what?
It's not something we make a habit of. It's happened once. Usually the people we come across are good people that, don't go on to try and take out a city.
I've only lost a few party members, Perrin. You tried to destroy a whole city.
Well, we didn't try to.
They failed.
They did. We tried to stop
Wasn't
them.
that lucky?
Yeah, and we've only had 2 former party members die.
I'm now second guessing my decision.
Okay, maybe there's
Stick
3.
around.
It's like, from Skitslug, it's like, what? You said you lost entire parties every time you went in a tower. We've lost 2.5. One is missing, presumed alive? We
Well,
like
I
to
don't
hope.
remember how they died.
Well, that doesn't help.
Why are you saying 4E?
It could be up to 4, depending on if Brondle's dead.
Yeah. So
I was assuming Brondle. I was going Brondle. Damn it, names. There's too many names.
Raven Queen follower. I know who you're talking about, right? Lauren's character.
Yeah,
Melusina.
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 How did
there
I
we go.
forget?
I don't know. My
I-
brain's fried too. Melusina is dead 100%. I
Yeah,
think.
Melusina's definitely dead. We saw that
Brondle
totally
is
happened.
question mark. Our goblin friend is question mark.
Miri did die, but you rewound time.
Miri-
so
Miri did die,
technically
but we made it so it never happened.
Technically, it's not dead,
I didn't say he's dead. I said died.
but I wouldn't count
Technically
them.
did die.
They're still alive.
Yeah, we've had.
So there's
we've
only
had-
3. Oh, that's the fourth
Yeah.
one that you were counting.
That's how you get 4, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
So it's
I
between
would-
1 and 4, depending on how you count it.
I don't count Miri because Miri's alive. I turned back time
yeah,
for Miri.
We reversed Miri's death.
You
so
can
no one
turn
count.
back time.
Time. Yeah. Okay. Anyways,
It's just Perrin and Arena just being like, wait, so 4? No, it's more like 2, 2.5.
it's more
Can't
like
even
1.
remember.
One, only
Yeah, it was
one.
like-
Only one is actually dead.
You know, just like again, we saw Melusina die, but I
Only
mean, she
one
was
is
pretty
dead.
set on that. Like anyway, like I don't think we were changing her mind on that one. It's like Miri kind of died, but then didn't die, so that's fine. Brondle's probably dead, but that was Brondle's choice. To be fair, we did everything we could for Brondle. And Streakfolk, again, it was kind of their fault. They might still be alive. It's my hope.
Was it their fault?
They're the one who
They touched it. Yeah, that's their
thing.
fault.
It's like glancing over at Calandri. They
Gnome's
tried
over
to
there,
steal a
like,
thing.
maybe I just shouldn't join this group.
Yeah, no, it's
I know. I've been watching Gnome's like
It's a good
facial
time for us
expressions.
to-
Like, what's going on? over there?
You know what? What'll happen is Gnome's just gonna meet you and be like, yeah, I'm not teaming up with you. And what we'll have is just a session where 3 hours is your group and 1 hour is Gnome, just doing Gnome stuff, not actually getting murdered.
I would very much like to not get murdered, but also being murdered is kind of fun
Perrin
too.
doesn't actually know Miri
That's a
died.
very specific kink there.
So for viewers.
Oh, did
that's
Arena
true.
never mention that Miri had died and that was why the turning happened?
I don't think she
Okay,
ever
okay,
did.
Perrin doesn't mention that one then, but he's like, yeah, Melusina
Pietro
died.
knows.
Pretty set on that.
Pietro knows.
Pietro
yeah.
knows because Pietro remembered in the tower, but you forgot. Everyone else
The things
forgot.
Pietro was seen.
Yes, Pietro's seen a lot
I'll
of
be
shit.
honest, Pietro has probably mentioned it in the last 3 months because Pietro hasn't learned that some things are better not said yet.
I've been telling him that so many times. I've told him that we can't tell secrets. And I told
Also,
him
no,
now-
if they bring up a fireball,
Specifically-
they asked me to do that. Okay.
everything with that
was-
tower that we did and the notes.
Yeah.
he should
Except
not
to
be sharing
Perrin,
with you.
because and Gatton. Perrin and Gatton were like, on the inside.
Okay, fair enough. If he talked to Perrin
Yeah.
again, that's fine.
It wouldn't have been anyone else, but
I definitely
way-
have
I probably
said the
wouldn't
importance
mention
of
Miri
that.
though. Would probably just keep that one out of the rankings.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you like briefly see Perrin's fingers go to 4, but he doesn't mention a name. But yeah,
It's
you
only
eventually
one.
get to the edge of the shadow. Arena's very insistent. You
After
get
a
to the edge
history
of
lesson.
the Shadowfell. You find another deep patch of shadow where a lot of people died, and that creates a portal. Maybe best not to think about it too much. As you step through, you find yourself in a different type of darkness. But this darkness is very much a different feel. Although both of them lack the light, the first one still felt oppressive, felt intimidating, felt like it was pushing in. This just feels like the absence of light. And as you look up, you can kind of see the very edge of a glimmer of a moon. as you can see Sharloon just beginning to get out from the edge of the darkest part of the month. And I assume you want to rush to the edge of the plateau and jump off.
Yep.
Okay.
Probably like
Everyone-
a stealth,
Featherfall.
but a fast stealth.
Okay, everyone make me athletics. Arena, you can have Corvidbot do the athletics if you want to ride.
Yes, I will ride.
Okay, ride or die.
22.
22, 18, 13 for Perrin. Arena, do you want to
Featherfall,
flash
yes.
of genius? Flash of genius to
I
make
can't.
Perrin faster?
I have no other flash of genius. I told you my
it's
last
a new
one.
day. It's a new day.
Oh, it's a new day. Yeah, I will.
Okay, so in 18, you get towards the edge and you can see the ground beginning to fall away as looking over, there is a ridge just about 50 meters away. And then suddenly, trees in the distance, very sparse trees with very little, like, in the way of branches, just kind of dotted around, and a very large open scrub plain.
Who are you? What are you doing in my domain? What?
You get to the edge. Arena, do you jump?
Yeah.
Full speed. We see Arena on the back of Collibot, just like, you know,
It's
Warner
jump-
Brothers
it's
style,
The little bird hops.
off the edge. Perrin and Skith go off at the same time off behind you, and you all start to fall. As you look down, you're a good, 200, 300 feet up, and you start falling.
Imagine that, like, when we hear the voice, Perrin like kicks in the boots and like just goes like 120 feet at the end. It's just like, oh, here we go. No.
And the very last moment, Arena casts Featherfall, and you all slow your descent and gently touch the ground.
Oh, Perrin looks up for like a dragon coming over the edge.
Kaladri looks over you. Sending stone?
I
Yeah, let's
pull
not
it
waste
out
any
of
time.
my bag of holding and hold it out.
Ring.
Which one? She holds up
Oh
like
yeah, we
two
need
rings.
both. Yeah.
Gives you the ring of life sensing. Also takes off the contingency band. Thank you very much. That was incredibly useful. With the sending stone, you see her hold it and say,
You have that on our group sheet, right, Bentham?
Got the contingency band, yeah. Though I've
Okay.
forgotten entirely what it does.
It
Stores
holds
potions.
potions. It
Reaction.
has 3. it can
Oh
hold 3
yeah, that
potions.
one. Yeah, that's cool.
it's in
So cool.
it's in the item list if you want to look at it.
And it looks
Yeah, I knew it
awesome.
was in there. I just was like, wait, which one's this again?
Okay. She looks at the, stone and says, Helia, we're at the location. Please pick us up immediately. I think we might have got the attention of Lanrax. There's no
Might have?
reply that you can hear.
Might have.
You can hear her in the distance. And
Yeah,
then
the
with
moment where we're like,
flash,
are we gonna?
Heliathane, the green dragonborn, appears in front of you.
Arena's like gawking.
Right. And please.
Perrin immediately offers a hand, like looking
Yeah.
up.
Arena's like
And then there's a
Arena's like pog champing at the fact that she's touching her hand.
and the world disappears from you as you find yourselves back in the back room of the Cunning Warlock, the tavern in Neardearth, which you left from about 3 days ago. You certainly took your time. Did you get what we needed? And Caladri looks at her and nods. I think we're done. Your group will of course be paid.
Good.
Every objective was completed in spite of us encountering a dragon.
Really?
It was a young dragon, not fully grown.
Mercurix. Apparently he'd gotten trapped in the Shadowfell and was keeping guard.
Interesting. Right. We should go discuss matters, but I believe some of the other members of the group wanted to congratulate you. They should be here within the half hour. You took longer than expected. I will leave you to it.
Can we
Yes.
mention again that we almost got eaten by a dragon?
Oh, right. That is something that is new to you.
You've got eaten by
I'm
many
so
dragons?
sorry.
How many
punched the
dragons
dragon
have
in
you
the
gotten
face.
eaten by?
There's kind of like a blank look on her face, which is different from the normal blank look of just unimpressed to like this is a lot of questions and I am not interested in any of them look.
To be fair, we
Before
killed it, so it's okay.
goodbye.
I mean, just
And
we'll be
then
watching her
she
for
just
as
goes,
long as
"Jerk."
she's in existence.
Oh my gosh, we got to talk to her and we got to touch her hand.
I've met some arrogant dragonborn in my time, but she might take the fish.
But her scales are so green and pretty.
Mine are prettier than that. Look, I'm
Your
blue.
Scales too, that's true.
Cladry goes over to the like thick tablecloth that's over the table in here and wraps it around the metal plaque that she was carrying all this time, so that it's not really visible what it is. I think I'll part ways here. I have to go speak to Arathane very briefly and thank him. You have all been rather more than I expected.
Oh, when you go talk to him,
Arena like pulls out like a little scroll thing, and offers it to her.
he wanted this. Tell him it's from the Saviors of the North.
Not
Are we
Dragon
still
Punch.
using that name.
Well, we have to talk to our manager if we're going to change our name.
I'll tell him it's from you. Don't worry. She puts it in the bag of holding.
It's my cartography stuff.
The map, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot there was something I was gonna do with Caladri, but forgot because I forgot that Caladri was here for a lot of that. Perrin wanted to, during the long rest before, at a time when no one else was awake, use the Psi Crystal to ask Caladri to, if possible, send an in-person message one day or some kind of extremely secure message to Edmund Heifel of Andorra.
Mm-hmm.
The message being, how do I make this as cryptic as possible?
Well, if you want,
Probably
you
the
can write
message-
it down for me.
Yeah, probably the message. Oh yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I'd write something and then hopefully Caladri would be respectful and not read it, and the message
Okay.
would be, they wanted the map, let no one see it.
Oh, you
Okay,
should do
you
something.
write that
That's
down.
not cryptic at all.
I know it's not,
That should
but
be
like,
like-
Edmund needs to know what it means.
It should
'cause-
be
and
like
Edmund
something
doesn't
like-
know.
The sky is like, it should be like something more cryptic, you know.
I mean, I can think about something, but Edmund isn't gonna
Attic-
know.
We'll think of what the words are, and we'll send you what the actual words are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the idea I want to communicate is that the survivor wanted the map.
You do
and
realize
needs
that
to know the
Edmund,
map.
the one with a relatively low int and will and wisdom, is going to be the one receiving this message. He's going to be like, it's spam mail again.
Well, okay, well, I will say
Well,
who it's
from
from. I will
us.
say, like, yeah, I'd make sure he knows that it's from us, otherwise it's going to make no sense.
You do know if you just put it a lot less cryptically, I can put it in the bag of holding. Unless someone literally turns the bag of holding inside out, they won't find it. And I don't intend on letting anyone have my bag of holding.
Okay, that works.
Okay. With that, Cladri bids you farewell and heads over to Arathane, taking your map with you. You are left in the back room with the Cunning Warlock. The first time in a while you've been out the Shadowfell, and not with an impending dragon trying to kill you moment.
Yeah, but now we're in a room that someone might be listening in on, so we're just gonna we're gonna sit and wait for the other people to come in. At least that's my perspective.
Yeah. Perrin
Arena
like,
doesn't
sits
trust
back
any of this.
and waits, and like I imagine there's like a minute where there's nothing, and then Perrin's like, plenty of the people we've met have come off better from meeting us. Like Bones on a quest to find his tribe. That's going well, I think. Like Edmund's governor of a town now. Like it's
Sounds
not
like
just,
someone is
you know,
trying to make themselves feel better.
Most of the people we meet are fine for meeting us, if not better off. That's all I'm saying.
Who are you trying to convince, me or yourself?
You, I already know. Deer's our manager now.
Right.
That's a good thing for them, probably.
I will say that if I am going to be sticking around, our name could use some work.
Hello.
I don't.
Hello.
Wait,
Hello.
Pietro.
is that
Hello?
Pietro? Wait, are
You can
we?
hear a very faint voice at the door.
Wait, where are we?
You're in the
We're in
back
the
room of the
Cunning
Cunning
Warlock.
Warlock.
Oh, okay.
We're expecting friends to come along and verify that we're alive. I think.
I thought we were still in the where we're meeting the Chosen Knights.
Yeah, at the back room of the Cunning Warlock.
Okay. Guess.
Well, originally we had gone to their like headquarters where
Yeah.
they opened up like a wall.
Yeah.
But when we teleported back, we left from the Cunning Warlock to go originally to the plateau.
Yeah. I was just a little confused.
So then we met back there now.
Arena like jumps out of her chair, runs to Pietro, and is like, I was
As
so
soon as you
worried
open the
about you."
door, you see Pietro right at the door in front. Looks a little bit bigger. Maybe like an inch taller. The tiny dwarf pangolin that initially you probably had when they were like 7 inches tall. It was probably about 8 inches tall when you left, is now suddenly 10 inches tall.
You got bigger. Arena like snuggles
Hi,
him.
hi, you're alive. I was worried. You said you were gonna be like a day or two, and it's been 3 days.
I know, but I was worried about you. What happened? Why are you so
So-
big? Did you eat something?
You really should read the contract more, like, closely, because you get some really good benefits.
Arena did, I thought.
Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff in there, so what's he
gotcha.
referring to? You did read it very well.
What are you referring to?
So, you put me down as your mascot, and, mascots also get the same preferential access to towers that you do.
So you found the rest of a group to go into the tower. I thought you only had one person.
No, I joined a group of soldiers, and they just gave me an extra slot because they had a slot free, and I gotta go in the tower twice.
You got to
Twice?
go in the tower twice?
That
I'm
was
so
yesterday because you
proud
didn't get
of you.
back.
Arena pulls out
That's
the
dangerous
stone.
using the tower that many times in short order. I should know. I've done it twice.
That's true. If you start getting weird dreams, you probably should slow it down.
I mean, I get weird dreams already.
You do? What have you been dreaming?
Yeah, remember? Like, everyone's out to kill us.
Well, yeah. Okay, that's different.
Oh yeah, those ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Arena pulls out the stone and puts it in front of Pietro.
Pietro climbs onto the stone and sits on it.
So excited.
It begins to flash and the little... You look down as the symbol for Warlock, level 2, is highlighted.
Oh no!
Oh
Another
no!
warlock? Oh god, what is
That is
happening?
very, like, classist.
Of
No, I
course
don't say
won
that
the
out
vote.
loud. I'm saying it internally, like, as myself. We're all gonna be warlocks by the end of this campaign. Arena's like,
It's like, oh, runs in the family, I guess.
Who's your patron?
So, I haven't picked one yet, which
Oh.
probably should have done that before I went through the tower again, because that was really painful.
You'll also get different powers once you decide who you want to have as your patron.
I know, I read all the books. You did leave me with the books in
I know,
the room
just-
for like weeks on end.
Reiterating.
I mean, I started gambling and a crime empire in my spare time as well, but it's been a busy few days.
Pietro, I told you no. No gambling and no crime.
Yes, but also crime.
No. You're going to get yourself into a lot of trouble.
Oh dear.
We're going to have to talk about this later. For now, don't talk about
Uh.
that to anybody else.
I got some really good offers.
Who from?
I hope the Raven Queen visited you. Or
I mean, like, something did. It was a really large raven. It was a dream about a really large... Look, it could have just been that I had a dream about a raven, but it did offer to be my patron.
and you didn't accept?
Well, that's... I really like the Raven Queen and all that, but that is your thing. And I'm
Could be
not really
ours.
sure how I feel about life and death and the concept of self yet, because I've only been sentient for like 3 months now.
You're being smart about it. You're listening to all the offers before you accept one.
Yeah,
That is what Perrin did too, and then he made a bad decision in my mind.
There were worse decisions. not a
Definitely.
good
From the
defense.
list that you told me, definitely. Worst decisions. And I'm a little worried about why those people want you. Never mind.
I
Who-
said no to
Who
them.
came to you?
I say to Pietro.
well, a big wolf spirit came to me.
Ooh.
A tree. A few others. An angel of Serenray.
Oh.
And
Oh yeah, I saw them.
oh, hey. I mean, I only got an angel. You said you actually got Serenray herself.
I've got the advantage of getting into Warlock later on in my
It's
adventures.
true.
What was that?
I just got a push my vampire.
Compare and try and like.
I got approached by a vampire lord.
Why? Which one?
They wouldn't say, but they said they could tell me about Gulthius Gao in exchange for saying yes.
Oh no. Don't do
No, we
that.
don't need to know anything more about Gulthius Gao.
Pietro, I've told you so many things about my family and vampires. It's very dangerous.
You know, I'm not exactly gonna support the vampires. It's only a patron thing, and I checked, and it says that, you know, all they do is they get, like, you know, a little bit of power based on how renownful you get. Anyway, I didn't say yes. I just didn't say no in
You
case
have
you
to-
needed an inside, you know, pangolin.
You have to use your gifts for good.
I mean, yes, I don't plan on doing evil with my gifts. I just want to be a good pangolin. I'm the
Yes,
only
but
sapient pangolin that I know of that I don't want to get pangolins a bad reputation or then we'll become endangered.
That is good. I like to hear this. We will have
I
to
mean,
talk
you
about the
are a
crime part
warlock.
because that is not going to help you with your good reputation.
I only steal from the rich to feed the poor, and me. But I'm poor.
I mean, it's like,
We're going to have more talks.
I mean, we can have more talks, but also I get to be an independent pangolin now.
This is true, but I cannot condone you doing anything that is wrong.
I'm not doing anything that's wrong. It's okay.
Arena side eyes him. She knows he's lying.
Oh, you haven't seen
Wrong is perspective.
Have you seen those hooded figures that were looking for me the other day? Have they been back by? your
No.
knowledge?
I didn't see any, but then again, I was sleeping. I was very exhausted.
All right.
They may well think that they succeeded. I mean, they fired at what they thought was you in your room, and then you've disappeared for 3 days.
It might have helped about the article I put out in the newspaper.
What article did you put in
Put
the
out an
newspaper?
obituary for Skith.
Put on a obituary.
Oh, Pietro.
That's fine.
Nice.
Good job.
I
That's
wanted to
very
protect
crafty.
my friends, and you weren't around. Also, Arena and Perrin, you'll have to go to the funeral in a couple of days. I got carried away.
I mean, it may be worth it to keep up the appearance.
What am I supposed to do? Just hide in the inn?
Maybe
Maybe
you
we
could
can
be
make-
their sibling?
Yeah, I've
Pietro pulls out like a monocle and a mustache.
got this.
That's fine. I
I
have
might be able
ways to
to make you
disguise
a-
myself.
Different disguise if you need one.
I can change myself if I need to. Remember when we met?
Oh yeah, you look like a human.
I forgot that
Yes.
was something that you had in your toolkit. This will be
I
easy
won't
then.
forget
Okay,
that.
from now on you are officially dead.
For a moment, I thought you were going to turn into it like a dragon.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
Well, as long as you
Maybe
aren't going
one
to eat
day.
me.
I guess that would depend on how hungry I was.
Perhaps if next time we go into the tower you take a sudden hard turn into druid, then you could become a dragon. Can druids become dragons?
No, druids can only become creatures. You're thinking of true polymorph, which is a really high level spell. I think.
Did a spell Skith could learn?
I don't know. I didn't study the sorcerer that high because, you know, that's really high level, and I was only gonna go into the tower for my first level initially.
Makes sense.
Well,
Oh, I'm just
congratulations.
as much of the warlock as you, Perrin. We've got so much in common.
You are. We can trade tactics.
Yes, you can trade
Actually, doesn't
inferior magic spells with one another.
Does he have more levels in Warlock than you have?
It's the same. We both have two.
Oh, you both have two. Okay. I couldn't remember if you had two Warlock or not.
Yeah, I don't want to trade tactics with you because, no offense, I don't plan on getting that close because
Gestures
no,
up
in
and down
reality,
the
our
entire 10-inch
tactics are-
body.
In reality, the tactics of a straight warlock and a paladin warlock are very different. But you know,
yeah, I'm hoping that maybe I can like get some sorcerer in there as well, and then you know be
What a
we can-
wonderful idea.
I don't know. We can go to the casting range and test our Eldritch blasts.
Disgusting.
Do that. Can do that. You can join us and do firebolts. Arena can come and use fire arms. We
Oh,
can make a day of
I
it.
can do lightning.
That's
Lightning?
This is the range.
Oh, I could just shoot
Be
stuff.
different.
If that's the case.
Yeah, as is firepower.
It's at this point that the door opens behind the pangolin, and in steps Fenry Harper and the Gaunt.
Perrin knew that Gallant would be here just to be like, he'd need to confirm if Perrin had died or not.
Arena
Yep.
scoops up Pietro and holds him.
Yes, the Gaunt almost steps on Pietro. By accident. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't notice you there. I hear you've been doing rather well.
Yes, I'm now level 2 warlock.
You should be a little bit more careful. You really shouldn't go in 2 levels quite so quick together. Wouldn't want something to happen to you.
That's what we told them to.
Irina, you made it back. How was it? I thought, 3 days. You were only meant to be there in 1 or 2, so got a bit worried.
Well, we almost got eaten by a dragon, so that was the thing. But it's okay. We made it.
Right. Didn't know there was gonna be another dragon.
We found out what happened to
Neither
Mercurix.
did we.
Oh, right. That was the extra dragon. Okay. That turned out to be a lot more difficult for you than I thought it would be. Sorry about that.
It worked out.
That's why it
He's
took
no
a little
longer
bit
a
of extra
problem.
time.
He's no longer a problem, says Perrin.
Wait. you actually did kill.
Yeah, there were some spirits that helped us. He was subjugating some lost souls, but with their help and a very, very nice shot from Arena, we took the thing out.
He looks at Arena, and you kind of suddenly get that there's a slight flash in his eyes, almost like a sudden recognition of, oh, okay then.
Don't be modest,
Okay.
Perrin. We punched it to death.
They did.
Wait, Arena punched a dragon to death.
No, they punched it. I just shot it at the end.
Accurate.
A lot of punches weakened him. He started running away. Arena got in a very clutch
He was
long-range
going
shot on him that took him
Very
down.
fast.
I'll hold up my little scale with the punch print in it.
Henry's eyes go even wider. Right. Okay. Did not expect that. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have been that dangerous. I feel kind of bad we put him in such a situation now.
We didn't. Nobody knew what we were getting into.
Okay. Well, everyone make insight checks.
Inside check.
That's Perrin whenever Gallant's in the room. He's just insight.
17. Ooh.
Perrin and Arena, you can kind of get the vibe that Fenry is like wants to kind of stick around and ask more, is actually genuinely interested, but feels a bit pressured out by Gallant in this situation. He's kind of glancing towards Gallant like, I'm wasting time, I should go. Right, well, I've got to go. But congratulations.
Alright. Well, we'll see you around again, I'm sure. We were waiting for you guys. What? Did you need something else from us?
I just wanted to check in. You know, it was only meant to be 1 or 2 days. I was just worried that, you know, something happened. You know, you got 2 eyes, 2 legs, 2 arms. Everything seems to be okay. And mission was done, apparently, so. Right, yeah, anyway, I should go. Thanks very much. I'll chat to you later. And it's like he turns to leave. The Gallant.
Raina's holding Pietro and waving.
Goodbye.
So, you actually fought a dragon. Congratulations. That is something to be able to celebrate.
It was just a young dragon, but a dragon still.
Oh, don't worry. I very much understand. Even a young dragon is something to be proud of in your position. At this point, like, waiter comes in. Do you ask for a tray full of drinks? It looks like there's a pint of pretty much everything that they have in the house. Oh, yes, bring that in. It's on the table. Well, this is a token of my esteem to thank you for this. I was a little bit surprised, quite honestly, when you were asked for. I did mention you're on the affiliate program, but apparently you have friends in high places.
And more like a lot of favors owed to high places.
That is
Well.
probably more so the case. But I
Don't
hope
worry.
that they consider us friends.
Arena thinks back to.
Don't worry. I understand where you're coming from. We're friends, and I wouldn't worry about leaving you in harm's way or anything like that. It was a few days of worrying very much about your party. Wouldn't want anything to have happened to you.
We do appreciate you keeping Palan Rex off our back. Took longer than expected to get into there, but once we were out and back into the Shadowfell, we knew that you'd be able to leave and not put us in danger, at least. Then we
Arena
could take our
whispers to
time.
Pietro.
I think he just called us friends.
Yes, I'm sure you are a very busy man. You needn't worry about us. You have enough on your mind, I'm sure.
No. Trust me. It isn't going out of my way to worry about you. But, considering you're such a resourceful group yourselves and so much help in a tough situation, especially when we have the same enemies. I just wanted to check in and let you know I was thinking about you. Don't worry. You lot are always on my mind.
Appreciate it.
Well, celebrate your win.
Skith will grab a drink at that.
Marina's like,
That sounds like a very good idea. Time to get a drink and to celebrate Pietro getting his levels too.
Yes, I made sure that your mascot could get preferential access.
That is much appreciated. Thank you.
I was quite surprised. I honestly did not expect such a small creature to manage to go in and get 2 levels in only 3 days. But I thought I would stand Pietro the money for the second attempt myself. What's the worst that could have happened? Anyway, I'll leave you to it.
A nod from Perrin.
The gallant
And then
nods
in the
to you.
TV show of this, we have the shot from the perspective of the door, and when Gallant turns, his face and Perrin's faces immediately drop.
Yep.
He's like, as soon as Gallant's turned away, Perrin's smile is gone.
Arena.
Oh,
Arena's
yeah.
just excited to get.
He gave me the money for the second attempt. I mean, I had the money for the first attempt, but not for the second attempt. And then I was worried that I'd have to go and kill more rats to be able to get any more money. But yeah,
I think Sir Gallant might fancy you, Arena. He seems to have taken quite an interest in our group for some reason.
Arena blushes. She's just like, her cheeks just like red.
he's on the list.
I'm sure he is.
Aaron, why are you so...
Sullen.
In Pietro's head, he gets... Me and Gallant have our differences.
I mean, he's better looking.
Zach.
I'm joking. I wouldn't say that to your face.
An
Or your
eye roll
brain.
from Perrin.
Gnome's reaction to that.
Perrin doesn't say anything, but he comforts himself with the memory of the time Gallant showed his true face.
Okay. It's really quiet for celebration.
Yeah, for Perrin, for Pietro, he just sees Perrin roll his eyes. And Perrin's not
Joking,
touching the
Perrin.
drinks, he doesn't trust them. He's that, like...
You're higher up on the list.
Is that in Perrin's head or just out loud?
All right, a toast then to a successful mission and the safe return of our friend.
Arena raises
A
his glass.
successful mission and a safe return of all my friends.
I give.
Perrin raises a glass. And
We have
thanks.
like Pietro has like a little shot glass as his glass.
No, Pietro's celebrating. Pietro tries to climb into the top of a pint glass and kind of pulls it over and is trying to prop it up.
He's
and it's
just
just
gonna-
like
He needs a
anti-Philip
straw,
style.
like just sit on the edge, like it's like a pool, but he's like drinking out of it.
That's later.
And
Like we're just gonna
after
cut
the-
to later in the night. It's just there, like whoa, Witcher
After the
style.
glasses clink,
He
Perrin
swims
definitely
in
like
bowls
eyes
of
the
ale.
drink and is like, hmm.
He was swimming in a bowl of ale.
He is bigger now though, so I don't know if you can. Maybe like
Oh.
if you've got like a little foot bath or one of those like little like tubs.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, he's getting bigger.
They're gonna be like,
Perrin
oh, he's
spends-
getting wasted. And it's like, well, yes, both of those. He's still a pangolin.
Perrin spends the time eyeing his drink and working out whether it's going to contain poison or some kind of tracking device.
Do you drink it?
No.
Okay.
Well, if Perrin tells us not to drink it, then that's fine.
Perrin
I'll go
doesn't
get.
tell other people not to. He just avoids it himself. Like it's probably just paranoia. He's just not, and also partly refusing to
I thought-
accept a gift from Gallant.
Oh, I thought we were getting our own drinks. I didn't know Gallant was giving us a drink.
Yeah, it gave us a
Gallant
platter of
brought you an
everything.
entire platter of drinks. I said one of every kind that they possibly serve in the inn is brought in on a platter.
Oh, fancy.
Oh, if you're not gonna have yours, Perrin, then I'll drink it.
Sure, hands it
help.
over.
Is it sus?
It's been a long few days.
You insight the drink?
I don't know. What can I do to look at the drinks?
Poisonous kit? I assume knowledge of poisons will help, so the knowledge of the poisonous kit would help. It would be an int poisonous kit, which is not an artisan's tool, I believe.
No.
But an int
The
roll
only
would
thing
do.
is,
Alchemy
the only
is,
thing
is
is
a
one of the
tool.
spells Perrin can know is purify food and water, but I never ever prepared because there's always better things I could have prepared.
True, fair enough. So it'd just be flat int?
Be flat int.
Okay. I see Perrin not drinking. It's meant to be a 12.
From what you can tell from the smell, like it doesn't appear to be any of the more obvious poisons or anything like that that you know of, but you're not an expert in the matter.
Fair enough. I drink it. I left it to the rolls.
Okay, Skith, Arena, make me con saves.
Woo! Con save time. Does Pietro have to do it too?
Already did it.
Oh.
Okay. So, you drink. You drink and be merry, because there is a lot of drinks here, and Perrin is not drinking. And the night goes without issue.
I gotta finish that blueprint that I made for the alcohol that looks like alcohol, but it's not.
Oh, the non-alcohol alcohol, whatever it was,
Yeah.
yes. So, with that, you may sleep for the night. You get your long rest, all your stuff comes back.
It's
Can I
called
store?
the jar of sobriety? That was the
I'd like to
blueprint that I
store a
had.
spell in my
Okay.
pearl pendant before the rest.
Sure.
I'll put a haste in it.
Okay,
do a
level 3
haste?
haste.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
What are you attuning to then? Because you do have the concentration circlet, the unarmed braces, the pearl of power, and your pendant allows you to change fire to lightning. So
I'd
what
like
out of the
to
4 are you doing?
I'd like to store a spell, and then if I can, unattune that with the spell stored in it, and then do the bracers. 'Cause
Okay.
that would have been very helpful when I was getting smacked by dragons. So
Okay, no problem. In which case you put on the braces. You do not have the pearl attuned, but you do store a fireball in there. Sorry, a haste in there. Did you say haste?
haste.
Yeah. Okay. And I will put braces on your sheet for you.
Can I do haste is concentration?
Yep.
Okay, so that would just be whoever casts it themselves then would be doing the concentration, right?
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
Okay, yep,
As,
your AC's gone up.
As everyone is preparing to turn in, Perrin's gonna say, "Right, now as long as no one's planning to bring up any other quests or anything that we have to do like tomorrow, I'm gonna make a call." And I hold up a sending stone.
Are you finally going to
Okay.
talk to your mother?
It's like as long as nothing else drags me away from it.
As you do,
For our equipment, I'm
Genuinely
normal.
enough.
Are you giving me back the psi crystal?
Yeah, you can have it back.
Okay. Then I will be in my normal gear, just so you know.
Okay. Normal gear, normal infusions.
Yes.
I will reattune to the blade. My brain's melting. Apparently, I can't name anything or anyone today. The sword that I have,
Okay. By the way,
reaping
As you
blade.
are-
There we go.
as you are turning in, there is a
This is like as Perrin's like holding up the stone, thinking of a 25-word message. He's like, "Oh, seriously?" And like goes over to the door, answers it.
as you are turning in and as you like are going into your rooms, Perrin, you open the door and Arathane's standing there. Hi,
Oh.
I just realized that I should probably check in before I left. Congratulations. That map was quite, well detailed. I thought I'd say hi and thank you. I'm unfortunately going to have to go deal with a few things for a couple of days. So I won't be able to thank you personally, but you did a good job.
I can extend your thanks to the rest of the team, and you're welcome. We even cleared out the dragon that was on the route.
Yes, Kaladri told me about that. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that there was a dragon, otherwise I would have warned you.
Oh, of
I
course.
mean, other than the big gold one.
Yeah, as far as the brief was aware, the dragon was gone. We didn't realize that it had become trapped in the Shadowfell. I don't blame anyone for that.
Yes, but you've definitely earned the sponsorship. So,
Excellent.
as far as I'm concerned, we'll get that processed immediately. She also mentioned to ask you about the group name.
Are we here as well for this?
Yeah, this is just
Okay.
as like Perrin was about to turn
Oh.
in, and
Oh,
the
this
rest
is-
of you
oh,
were
I
kind of
thought-
like.
I thought
yeah.
it was just Perrin. That's why I didn't say
Yeah, I
anything.
thought
I
this was
mentioned,
like when
like-
we gone back to our rooms.
As I mentioned, as you just went through the door and catching all of you at that time.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
Right, okay.
Because I would have definitely been like, woo, excited, more excited.
What were they saying? I missed it now.
About our name.
Oh, the name, yeah. I mean, that's for someone else to jump in about. Baron's like,
Yeah, we
Well,
can't
we have to talk to our
quite keep
manager.
the same name. now
I'll
that
leave
I'm
the
here.
paperwork at the store. You can always fill that out another time.
All right, we'll probably have our manager fill it out.
Ooh, sure, but you'll need to sign it yourselves, obviously. You can get your manager to fill out the nitty-gritty. But, I wanted to thank you. And, Kaladri mentioned you had a number of dragon parts you managed to harvest. I was going to say that I would be very much in your debt sending you into such a dangerous situation, you performing so admirably. Least we could do is, as a business, would be buy those parts off you at the market rate. So if you wanted to, you can pop into the store, and I've left a note that will accept the parts. Shadow dragons are relatively hard to find, so the rate will certainly be reasonable. But just thought I'd let you know as well before I head off.
Do you have the rates so that we can make our decision of whether we want to sell them or use them?
It depends
for
on the
other
condition
things?
and depends on the age of the dragon. I'm not exactly
show
sure
him?
what.
Get him?
You could do, but unfortunately I do need to go.
Oh, okay.
So you can take them into the store. I'm unfortunately gonna have to be away for a few days, as I mentioned.
Arena.
And I won't be in contact.
Has an idea of where he's probably going.
well, good luck on your travels then. And thank you for the offer.
Thank you. Don't worry, you've done me a great service and potentially a lot more than that. Anyway, I'll talk to you when I get back.
All right.
And then it's just he's gone.
That's so cool.
They're going to take my orb, he says drunkenly.
Yeah, I was having a feeling that that is probably where he's going for a couple days.
Suddenly be in such a rush to travel the moment he acquires the map, that does make some sense.
Arena nods.
Damn, it must be very powerful.
Oh, we knew that already.
Very much
Just
so.
apparently so does he.
And with that, Perrin picks up the stone. Now he's finally got a chance. He's left alone in his room. And we're going to go to a break. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. Feel free to enjoy some fan art, go pop to the toilet, go grab some food, and we'll be back shortly.
Someday we'll meet Gnome's character.
Someday we'll meet Gnome's character. We were on schedule, actually, to meet the Gnome when I thought it would be, so...
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. We hope that you've been enjoying everything. Get yourselves a little snack, stretch your legs, get some water, whatever beverage sates your libation. And we'll be back after a little break. Ascension. We're about to meet Perrin's mama. I'm excited. We've been waiting ages.
In before Perrin sends the message, and then immediately someone bursts in like, "Help! That we're being attacked by zombies."
Would I do that to you? Yeah, I would.
You would. I mean, you've been doing that to us for.
All right, let me
the
just
past
cross off the zombie
2 months.
plot that I had down here.
Can't throw zombies at a paladin. That's too easy.
You already did zombies in taverns anyway. We've done that one. We got that crossed off the list. The bingo
Yep.
card.
So, you hold up your sending stone. Now you're back in the safety of your own inn. In the room, you've been staying for like 2 weeks now, and you've had loads of stuff to do, and you're finally gonna call your mum.
Yep. His parents sits down, is like, right, finally, and then like spends a minute thinking through the wording and like, you know, counting on his fingers and so on. And he's like, okay, picks up the stone, says, ready to meet. Time and place is up to you. I'm sorry it took so long. There's so much I want to tell you.
It cuts out after I believe.
Does it?
But
I mean-
you get the majority of it.
Microsoft Word says it's 25 words.
Oh, I have to double check then. Might be that you unhyphenated some of them or something. Unapostrophed some of them. I could be wrong. So. There's a pause. A longer pause. And then. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Oh.
Leave your window open. I don't want to break it.
It's like, wait, how does she know where I... and then like looks out the window. So I didn't tell her I was staying here. What the... Perrin opens his window and waits.
Okay. About 25 minutes later, a humanoid figure clad in dark greys with a kind of very dark green cloak acrobatically climbs in through the window coming from the roof. She tumbles end over end before landing, like 3-point landing and standing up, looks around and catches you in the corner, hand kind of awkwardly on your hilt of Mind Killer just in case. You notice that this is a very dark green cloak. The hood is up over the face with a face mask around made of grey cloth, along with very, like, form-fitting cloth armor, but it looks like it's pretty tough and maneuverable. Also kind of a deep grey. Over her shoulder, you can see that there is a longbow, along with a set of short swords and daggers down one side. She looks up, and you catch the hint of those green eyes you remember from a long time ago, along with the sort of dark brown skin that you associate with your half-elf, half-wood elf heritage. Oh, it's been a while. Your room's still as messy as I remember. Looks around and you're still sorting through some of the loot you got.
Perrin stands up, strides over, and hugs her.
She hugs you back.
This isn't quite the entrance I was expecting. I thought,
Yes?
for a start, I thought you'd use the door.
Me and your father are trying to keep a different profile at the moment. And I'm not sure how that will associate if we don't want to get you dragged into it. Your father already tried to get word to me about how you were a little bit hesitant about the resistance activities.
I mean, I don't think you have to worry about dragging me into anything. I've got myself into plenty of my own trouble. But
Oh,
I
I
don't
heard.
I don't think the way... I mean, I don't know about your side of the resistance, but I know Dad's side is... I don't think it's a good idea.
But all that
So-
takes for evil to flourish is for good people to do nothing.
I'm not talking about doing nothing.
No.
Thing is, all dead people can do is nothing. Same those that are imprisoned.
It's been so long I've forgotten how headstrong you are. Definitely get that from me.
It's got me some places.
Aye, apparently it's got you up to Andorra from what I hear.
I've been in a tower a few times now.
I mean, I heard that, to say the least. You're also friends with Sir Gallant.
I would not call it friends. I need to tell you about what he did. You don't know the half of it.
Met some of your friends as well. 2 days ago. Oh, a little over a week ago now, actually. Big
Wait.
fella, looked like a tree.
Why did you meet Gatton?
They had noticed me while I was working.
Huh.
I had to threaten him, but turns out he is part of your group.
You threatened
Which is
Gatton,
actually
he's
how I
still
came
alive?
to know you were. She gives you a look that can only be described as an old look. Listen, parent, I didn't get to be where I am without being able to threaten the odd large tree barbarian.
So what are you doing? Just disrupting things, causing trouble where you can?
A little bit more long term. After they took the city, they occupied it with a lot of Lemurian legionaries. But after they started sending them away to fight at the wall, they had to recruit local people. Under the guise of handing it over to locals. They ideally wanted people who had at least a level. And I had at least a level. So me and your father pretended to be living separate lives. And I got in on the inside. I've been handing your father all the information. He's been requesting the information that I can get hold of. A bit more difficult now that he's given his stone to you.
Yeah, sorry I kept hold of that for so long. It's been a bit hectic while I've been here. I was in the Shadowfell a couple hours ago.
I tried to get through to you the other day. Got a busy signal.
I don't
Didn't
think
even
it
know they
works
could do
across
that.
planes.
Yeah. The Shadowfell? That's dangerous. You shouldn't be really heading there.
I know. I mean, we've got some good people in the group. We look after ourselves.
Well, big tree fella, Gatton, he did seem pretty competent. But
Actually,
even then, I worry if you
he's,
go to the Shadowfell, it's a pretty dangerous place as far as I'm aware. I've not been there myself, but you got to be cautious about these things.
Actually, Gatton's on an extended trip elsewhere at the moment. He's got his own business to look after.
Okay.
But I've got a, we've got Arena. She's an artificer. She's made a giant.
Oh no, you mentioned her in some of your
raven
letters
robot.
from when you were up in the Dead Cities.
Yeah, the one from the Tinkerer's
I
shop
hope she's
in,
not getting you into
Oleana.
trouble.
I mean, she gets me into some, she gets me out of others. It's a give and take.
Seemed like a very nice lass, but maybe a little bit willful when she could use a bit more caution. I'm hoping you're being very careful.
I'm making sure she doesn't get herself into too much trouble, and she's got me out of plenty of scrapes.
He's
There's
an
another
artificer?
member as well. We've got a dragonborn sorceress called Skith.
Oh, I don't actually know him. Sorry.
Yeah, he's a newer addition, but he's proving to be helpful. Got a couple of weird ideas, traditions from the south that we're working out of him.
You shouldn't quite be so cavalier about other people's cultures, but I understand what you're talking about.
We're working on having him stop using prestidigitation every time he meets someone that's not spotless.
What I wouldn't have killed to have prestidigitation when you were a child.
There are times when it's useful, that's fair.
Especially the time that they got that bloody combine harvester to chase you down the street. You fell face first in the mud and it was covering you from head to toe. Look at how to scrub you down.
That thing's big, scary, full of blades.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly say it was scary,
That's
but
fair,
I imagine when you were a child it was pretty scary.
That thing can do some damage when it wants to. We ran into it again.
You ran into Pip again?
We did. We went back to Fairmeadow. We passed through on the way here. I haven't been there in the last few weeks, but I think it's gonna get better. Somewhere that people might be able to live again.
Huh.
We met old Pip. We actually ended up taking a piece out of him. He was acting out. We wanted to make sure he didn't end up getting himself in trouble. But we could give it to you or Dad to take back there and put back in. Then he can run again. He can plow the fields and
Right.
Though I will say our house is not in the best of shape. But there's plenty of others that are vacant.
What did you do to our house, Perrin Veldarel?
That was not me. There was an incident. Some creatures were there. They set it on fire.
Some creatures set our house on fire.
Yeah, we were in there and they were looking for us, and then we left there and they thought we were still in there and they set it on fire. I need to go back to the beginning. Listen, you know how after Gallant came by and the thing with the monster and everything, everything that was when everything started going wrong?
Do you wish to catch her up in a little montage where you spend about half hour
I
just
lean
going
in,
through
I'm
everything?
like, yeah. I lean in, I'm like, listen, it was all Gallant from the beginning. Everything was him. And then I go through it all.
Okay.
How Gallant made a pact with his patron for the patron to pretend to terrorize the village, and then Gatton pretended to kill him. And then Gallant, actually, Perrin probably miss it. No, Perrin will mention that he trapped the creature underground. Perrin freed the creature. Won't get into too much detail about the specifics of that particular scenario. And then we'll be like, yeah, and now I removed the creature, I freed it, it's left, and now everything will return to normal, and the Fairmeadow is syncing back up with our plane and becoming normal again.
In exchange, she gives you a quick TLDR of what's happened since you've been gone, about how they devised a plan after the first attempt at rebellion by some citizens just completely failed, to bide their time. One person work on the outside, one person work on the inside. She signed up. She now has 5 levels. They believe she's got 3. And your father is one of the contacts at the Resistance and has her contact. However, there are multiple Resistance cells, all of whom are not as unified, especially after your father's Resistance cell, the old throne, started to get a lot more hesitant about doing anything, especially with the decrease in troops in the area. And so that brings her back to tonight, where she's, going back up. Found you. Gotta see, I was a little bit concerned when I heard that you were working pretty close cahoots with the Lamarian Legionary.
Yeah, it seems we accidentally ended up in their good graces. I'll use it to my benefit, and, hopefully at some point we can bring that to an end. I know they say keep your enemies closer, but I would rather not in this case. And I'm definitely not friends with Gallant. Unfortunately, he kind of knows that I'm not friends with him, so he's keeping a close eye on me.
Well, I'm glad. You always seemed a bit self-important for my taste, anyway.
Yes. It's
Always preferred
it's
that
no
commodus
different
fellow
up
myself.
close. All for show, wasting time not helping people and rather making the little help he's doing more visible, that kind of thing. It's it's all of that. Hasn't changed since Fairmeadow, essentially.
Yeah. Well, me and your father never really liked him after that anyway. He never really replied to our letters.
Well, now we know why he never came back to finish the job, because he did it in the first place.
It's a shame that Commodus couldn't, finish him off properly in the Colosseum. But I appreciate what you're doing. You say you're here, you're helping out to wait with their distant stuff, that you're going to deal with it in your own time. And then telling me that Fair Meadows now are thickly clear and back. Move back in, leave this all behind.
It's an option.
Why is it an option for us and not for you?
There's other things I'm caught up in that I need to deal with first. And one of them is near Earth.
And that's the same for me and your father. We've been here for over 10 years now.
There is at least an option. There's a way out if you need it. Fairmeadow's over the border. You're technically in jurisdiction of Keldwyn there. Like, that might not be the end of it, but it's something.
We'll talk about it. But I'm not going to leave the city alive. Just not alive, alone. Sorry. Not leave the
It's like,
city
that's a bit
alone.
intense, all right?
Just abandon everyone here. Some people are counting on us, and other people are counting on people like me. She gestures to, the clothes. I also have a bit of a reputation now.
Just as long as you're taking things slowly and carefully. The way that Dad and his whole group were talking, they sounded like they were about to plunge into something they weren't ready for.
And you think after being here for 2 weeks that you understand the state of the city better than the resistance group here for 10 years?
No, I'm sure you have plenty of valuable information and you know weak points to hit and how to hit them, but from what I've seen, it was where I went, it was just a bunch of old guys in a bar grumbling about how things used to be better. And yes, they were, and it would be nice to go back to that. But a bunch of old guys in a bar aren't going to change it.
Well, thank you for calling your father, and by extension myself, old.
I mean, I'm middle-aged, at least by human interpretations.
True. Listen, I understand. And I've been telling them that they need to wait a little bit longer. But no revolution just happens overnight. No one just rises up.
That's my
one
worry
day
about
without
what
any
they
sign
think's gonna
before.
happen. Is I think they plan on doing a revolution in one night, and it won't work.
No. Some people think that. Others know that it's going to take longer. You've got to raise hope first and get more people on side. And that takes a lot of people dying.
I'm
I've
glad
had a
at
lot of
least
people I would
you
consider
have a
friends die over these years, Karen. But meant that they've had to commit more soldiers, that they've had to change shifts around. It's meant that people still turn up in pubs filled with old guys and talk about how life could be better instead of forgetting about it.
I know. Just, I was there like you were when the day the lioness came. Feel like there's a difference between people that were there and people that weren't, at least as far as our family goes.
Yes. It's easy to be told stories about how someone is powerful. It's another thing to realize it's a person.
I'm
Listen, I have
working
to
my
get
way
back to
through
my
the
shift.
towers. I hope that at some point, maybe I could even be that strong. I feel like you need someone that strong in order to win this. Otherwise, no matter what you do, there's always the lioness out there. And Gallant and the rest of them. I'm sure they'll happily take her side in that. They fought together plenty of times. I've seen it.
If we could have a level 20 adventurer just helping us out, we would. If that could be you, I'd rather you spent the time going to Fair Meadow and settling down than trying to face down the lioness. But I also realize that that's the choice you get to make.
There's only so much the both of us can stand here being hypocrites telling each other to go home.
I realize you definitely have a lot of me in you. She,
I suppose neither of us
bends
are going
down
to
a
back
little
down.
bit from where she's now crouching on the edge of the actual windowsill and kisses you on the cheek. Good to see you again. Fortunately, I need to go and be a Lumarian lackey.
I'll make sure not to. I'll make sure to check twice before I jump any. I don't plan on it, but it could happen.
You're not that quick, Perrin Valtarl. And she motions, speaks some words, and as she starts to walk away, across one of the rooftops, just the other side of the street, you lose track of her. She doesn't turn invisible, but as soon as you, turn your eyes for a moment, you can't see where she was.
Perrin's like, huh? Okay, shuts his window and goes sits back down, thinking, if I can't see her, then probably the Lumarians can't either. That's good.
Okay. Sleep time. We'll sleep. Perrin! You're attuned to the blade again, aren't you?
I am.
Are you trying to ignore it?
Not particularly. If it shows up with a dream, I'll be like, all right, let's see what we're doing.
Okay. Again, you find yourself not waking, but realizing you're coming to consciousness in an empty plane. Metal floor around you, bits of grit and stones seemingly made of metal, along with in the distance the ruins of what once was a prison.
Perrin starts to wander around. This time he's going to see if he can locate the other souls that he knows are in here.
Okay. Make me a perception or survival roll.
to ourselves a survival. 14.
Okay. Roll me a d4.
I guess to see which entity I encounter. 2.
Okay, I need to...
I like the sound of 2. 2 seems like one of the weird ones. So I feel like Commodus will be 1 or 4. Oh.
You,
That Commodus.
imprisoner,
Oh no, it isn't.
set me free.
I turned to
Wooden
look at
One
the...
Walker has gotten your sea. You will release me from these binds.
As you get closer, you can kind of make out what seems to be like a bloated toad-like body. Red eyes tinted towards you, wreathed in chains that go up into the sky.
Ah, it's you.
Who? You are not as getting your sea. You, wielder of the blade. Let me free.
I'm not gonna let you free. You did try and... You tried to kill me as well as Gatton and the rest of my friends at the time. And I'm not really here for you.
Then why do you disturb my toil?
The other two beings here, they're more of interest to me. Commodus, I actually do look for reasons to set free.
He is strong. I appreciate his strength. He makes this task easier.
Oh?
Oh?
His arrival made it, effectively made you stronger here?
I thought you did not want to bandy words with me.
Well, I don't have much that I want to say to you, but it's an interesting insight that the arrival of another person in this prison effectively weakens it comparatively to the other occupants.
I will trade words with you. I will offer you insight in exchange.
In exchange for what?
Tell me, how did you become the wielder of the sword?
The sword was passed on to me.
I will not offer you much insight if that is how much you will share.
Gatton no longer had need of it. He gave it to me to help me in my journey and also to look after it and the souls with it. Is that enough for you?
Very well. What do you want? What insight do you ask for someone who has been left to rot here for months?
Tell me what exactly you experienced when Commodus arrived.
My task was made easier. In time, I became aware that another person was out there, an entity who was helping.
And is your task
Occasionally,
to-
I can hear him, but this place is so empty. It is like searching the sea for a ship.
And what is your task? To struggle against the chains?
That is another question. What is the fate of us getting your sea for him to pass on such a blade?
I think we're done here.
That question is worth something. You have told me much already.
Well, enjoy telling the metal floor about it.
You see the form try to lunge towards you, but the chains are too tight. He barely gets half a step before being pulled back.
I have nothing else to say to you. All you did was try and destroy his had no quarrel with you. And
You
so I
came
have,
searching for me. You brought your quarrel to my doorstep.
if I recall correctly, we were just trying to kind of pass through the sewers, and he kind of
Nope,
attacked
you were
us,
searching
right?
for him because he was creating zombies in the city.
Oh, he was the one making the zombies.
Yep, he was the
Oh,
demon.
never mind.
devil.
Okay, I amend my statement. Is like, you wished horrific destruction upon a city that I inhabited. I didn't want to.
And
Well, that's exactly the point. You don't even understand why what you were doing is terrible.
it is not my fault if you have morals. You are such a weak soul to care for the fate of thousands of no power nobodies. A waste. You're weak.
I don't think you understand what weakness is. Aaron turns and walks away.
The laughter gets quieter and quieter as the mist seemingly envelops him.
And as he walks, Perrin muses to himself like, oh, the most boring person I could have encountered in here.
I don't know if that guy's immune to fire damage or not, but he definitely is burning right now.
That dude's an
okay.
asshole. Perrin gives no damns about him.
Are you looking for someone else?
I mean, Perrin's interested in finding the other creature, and I forget every time how this works, but it's either a sun elf or it's a thing a sun elf enslaved, and I can never remember
Make
which
me
one
a
it is.
perception or survival roll.
Nat 20.
Okay.
I think I found him.
Okay, yes.
Like, do I find a nice hill and then I look around and I can just see like 3 sets of chains, and in the distance I can see Commodus being like, "Raw revenge!" And then I look over and there's the other guy.
You see the edge of chains going into the distance. As you follow them, you notice they lead to a huge man. Again, you've seen him before, Commodus, but he seems to be talking with a much smaller individual. Probably a normal human, but maybe a short human, who is wrapped up in rags and these chains tight around, who seems very emaciated, very tired, bags under their eyes that almost stretch down to the cheekbone itself. And you can kind of get a quick bit of the conversation.
If Perrin realizes they're talking, he's gonna be like, "Oh, Jesus, I'm gonna."
Use your might. You are weak, but you are still of service. I can take the brunt of it, but you have to pull.
I can't. I've been here too long. I've been trapped. I just want to pass on.
You are stuck here, same as I. You will pull your weight. You do not want to fail.
I don't want to fail. Gotta keep pulling.
Yes, but we are being observed.
Turns, Commodus, seeing you.
Jailer, you return.
I see the prison
Who's it?
allows its prisoners to meet.
A rare incident. I'm getting this inmate of yours to help with the task you have set upon us. I will leave you with him to see the pain you inflict upon the souls you keep here.
With that, Commodus slightly lets go with their strength, and the chains pull them away from you instantly.
To be clear, I didn't put this guy in the sword, and as far as I know, he's an innocent person. I do wish I could free him.
You're left with a broken man, almost weeping, as the chains on him are still tight and he's pulling against them.
So, that time we had the fight on the boat, what was it that was hit by the reaping blade? Was it the being or the crystal that was embedded in them?
The spike that was embedded in them, the crystal on the end was shattered.
It was a metal spike.
Right, the spike, and so the spike contained this soul that's now here.
The crystal on the end of the spike contained the soul, which you did identify as a soul gem, yes.
Right. Yeah, so it's the soul gem that ended up getting poured essentially into the sword, not the being that was actually attacking us and using the power in the gem. Yeah, we worked that out. Okay. Yes, the parent approaches and says, "Friend, I'm sorry that you're in this position. I don't know much about your history, but my understanding is that your soul was being used for nefarious purposes, and unfortunately, it was simply passed to another, also uncomfortable position."
I have flashes of that. I can remember flashes of it. I wasn't that person the one attempting to attack you and your friends, but I remember flashes. It's trapped like I was being piloted by someone. I know you didn't mean that.
You were in a soul gem. I believe the Sun Elves were using you to derive power from you.
Captured me and my crew.
You were a sailor, or perhaps a pirate. I don't particularly judge.
A free merchant. Yes, some might call us a pirate. Legitimized pirate.
That's
just made it
fine.
out of my first tower. I'd become a rogue. So happy. And they captured us. They took us into their place with everyone watching and sacrificed us. And that's all I remember until I was sharing myself with another body.
I'm sorry. We didn't understand when we were fighting you, fighting the Sun Elves, and indirectly you, what exactly we were dealing with. Even in terms of the sword that was being used, you were the first soul that this sword claimed before we understood that that's what it does. We never meant to put you in here. I do hope to find a way to free certain people from the blade. I know that you've already been harmed significantly by it, but perhaps I can find...
Can't.
I can't free you?
One thing I know. I'm helping with something really important. I don't know what, but I know that I have to. We all do. Even the devil toad.
He talked about a task that he was trying to perform. You know what that is?
We've struggled to keep these chains tight.
And if you don't?
Fail our task? Every link that gets loosened is... Don't know, but it isn't good. The sword has a sentience, it's got a purpose, it's telling us.
Telling you to pull the chains.
Can't pull much.
Do you know what's on the end of them? And Perrin looks up into the mist.
No. I don't know what's up there. I don't want to know what's up there. Whatever it is, it scares me. It scares even Commodus. How do you have Commodus the Great in here? You must be a mighty adventurer to have slain him.
He's been dead a long time.
He appeared only recently.
He visited the mortal realm once more. I didn't slay him. Someone took the sword from me and used it on him. What do you think would happen if more souls entered the sword?
Would make my task easier.
Do you think that would mean that you would be preserved for longer? It would take longer for the sword to eat away at you?
know.
Did you feel any change to that effect when the other two prisoners arrived?
It became more bearable. If there is a sentence which I am serving, I'm not near the end of it. I cannot see any light at the end of this tunnel. And it is made easier.
I see.
Just want an afterlife. And I was promised by the gods.
If I can find a way to give you that, I will. You were an innocent victim of this.
But I serve a purpose here at least.
I will see what I can do. If there is anything. If I encounter more beings like our toad friend that you've met, then perhaps I'll add them and make things easier for you.
Thank you. I don't think it was meant to operate with this. Two of us. My mind is stretched, grows thin. My very soul feels torn asunder by these chains.
I'm trying to understand how exactly this whole thing works. The broken prison building, why everything's made of metal, how the chains work. I'll try and learn more. And see if
Someone
it helps
broke
in any
the
way.
prison.
Broke
I do
how?
not
How do you
know.
think it's meant to work?
It's meant to work like it does now. I know that the blade has purpose and we're serving it. But the prison doesn't anymore. The chains go into the sky. They wouldn't go through the prison.
I'll have to think more about how this all fits together.
Get the sense there was once more here. That it's crumbled over time, being destroyed. Maybe that's why everything's made of metal. It is permanent as possible. You can see now, arms is going back, beginning to be contorted into ways that his joints don't really like. His strength isn't as high as Commodus. He's doing a lot managing to stay here. You might even suspect that Commodus is maybe even putting extra effort to give you more time if you're being charitable to Commodus. Alternatively, this guy's stronger than he looks.
Don't cause yourself pain on my account. If it's easier to move, then you can move.
He doesn't even say anything. He just sighs slightly, and suddenly the chains... Boom, he speeds off away from you as the chains go taut.
And just kind of watches him recede in case it gives him any more clues about how it works. At this point, Perrin's ready to wake up from this.
You wake up. You find yourself in bed. It's the morning. There is no ominous music playing in the background. There's even a little bit of sunlight coming in, and you can kind of smell like the fresh breakfast being served down below.
Perrin sits up just like, oh, there's too many things happening. Okay, what are we doing today? And he's gonna get up and, get ready and head down for food.
I imagine Arena and Peach are already down there eating.
Oh yeah, Pietro's telling you all about the different tower floors, what he did do.
So he remembered both of his tower runs?
He remembered one of them. It becomes
Okay.
evident the second one he's talking about is inconsistent. He's probably making it up and having you on.
Gotcha. Okay. I play into it.
Feed the ego a little bit. Skith is down there as well.
Me and
He
him
tells you
probably had
how-
a chat last night about good and evil, because I think he needs to learn a little bit more.
He now adds that is your definition of good and evil, and that
That's
he
true.
understands and agrees with most of what you say, but has differences of opinion. Now he can start to form his own.
True.
Whether that's related to the tower or not is debatable. However, he tells you how he did it. He owes Rendry Tonk a little bit of time, but Rendry is going to study his soul to kind of try and figure out how he was awakened. And in exchange, Rendry organized to have some buff spells cast on him, including aid, so that he had extra HP, and loaned him a wand of magic missiles, which someone strapped his back so
Oh, yeah, I
he can
remember
walk
that.
around like a tank.
That's great.
And then he's under the like table. He like high fives Skiff's knee.
Yeah.
And now he's kind of going on about how amazing Eldritch Blast is as a cantrip.
So it is surprisingly good. I mean, I don't even need it, but now it's this excellent ranged option.
Yeah, it's so good. And like, there's so much damage and it's so much range, and it's like force damage, which so few things like can actually resist the force damage. So good. And considering I'm not gonna really be able to get into like melee combat and stab and punch dragons, I'm probably gonna rely on that.
It is probably safer if you go that route.
Alright, okay, I have to go. I promised Rendry I'd start studying my immortal soul today. That's a thing. Right.
Can you see if he's
Be
made
careful.
up his mind about a favor yet for me to pay
Oh,
I
back?
mean, I
yes.
can ask.
Ask him if he is ready with the translations too.
Okay, I will do.
It's on your calendar as the
I know,
26th is
it's-
the earliest
yeah.
date. Yes.
I know it's only the 19th,
I-
but still.
He like grabs an egg and then hurries off holding the egg. Eats it on the go as he goes out the door.
An egg for
Anything you'd like
later.
to do today? You can also choose to be like, let's just have a day off. Like, it's okay to RP. We all need a day to chill. And you just have a day off if you want.
When did we need to
Quite-
do the
quite
name stuff?
possibly.
Where was that at? For the group? They said they needed
The name stuff.
paperwork.
If you were going to have Dragon Punch as your name, at some point you need to go fill in the paperwork for the sponsorship, and also tell the Chosen Knights that you're changing your name. But like, you can do that through your agent. You just need to sign the stuff at the
Yeah, we'll probably send
Uh,
her
yeah.
the stuff and
them.
proposal.
They said
or
we had to
them,
sign
yeah.
it ourselves.
You'll need to
as
sign
well.
any documents involving name changes and adding people to the group yourself.
Yeah,
But you can do everything else through the intermediary.
yeah. But they can look over the documents first and then let us know. But we could do that at another, like, offline. Because we'll probably want to message Kika too.
Skith's gonna want to make a deal with that when it happens, though. With the group.
Thing.
What else do we need to do?
I mean, we've got a
forgot.
bunch of dragon parts. I don't know if we need to go shopping before we have like another tower mission or quest, though. We probably should just buy some potions just in case, though, because we're
Yeah,
like
we
out of
need
those.
some
Yes, we should.
potions. And we
Just
should
nice
fill
to
that
have
ring
some
up.
potions.
We
Yes,
should fill that ring up with some potions.
definitely. Other than that, I mean, I don't have anything specifically. I just needed to ask Mr. Tonks about my ring, if there was that favor still, and then the name, and then whatever else anyone else wants to do.
Arena could have a look at the dragon scales and see if they're valuable for putting on Corvid Bot.
Yeah, I'll look over the scales and see if there's anything useful.
Because we could.
No,
we could
I'll
just
tell you
sell
right
it, but
now,
it
you could
makes
definitely
sense
use them on
to-
COVID Bot. However, it will take time and money.
Okay.
And that's going to take, at least 2 weeks.
Would I
maybe
need
more,
all
depending on how big a
32
thing.
of them,
Oh,
or
and-
no?
You won't know until you have a formula, like a design, but no, you won't need
Okay,
all of
so
that.
I need to
That's
make a
lot.
blueprint and stuff.
Important question with that. If we then were to lose Corvid Bot again, like we regularly do, would we have to use more dragon scales to make the new one?
Depends if you lose the body or not, because effectively you'd be fitting him with an item.
Okay,
Could
maybe
we
don't
put
wanna do that. It
dragon
depends on how many.
claws on Corvid Bot too?
Oh.
Or like one dragon claw to give it like a cool.
You can't just chuck the claw on itself, but like if you made it into a weapon, potentially yes.
I didn't think
Again,
of
that is another
claws.
item you could do.
That's a good idea. All right. Well, maybe we keep claws and teeth till I get design, or not claws and teeth, claws and scales, and the teeth and the blood we sell.
I'm a big fan of keeping like one or two of something just in case. You
We don't
know.
have to sell all of it. Like at the
Okay,
moment,
yeah.
we don't have to sell anything necessarily. We have enough money for healing potions, but like we can't afford anything particularly expensive on our current funds.
If you want to like do this as a quick overview rather than having to do it in RP, what do you have? You've got 3 liters of dragon blood.
Yeah.
Yep.
32
32 scales,
scales,
11 claws,
claws,
17
17
teeth.
teeth. Yeah.
32 scales, 11 claws. How many teeth?
17 teeth.
I wonder if that dragon's name is now Toothless. Sorry. It's an animated movie.
He is a black dragon. It kind of works, and he's blooming speedy as well.
They'll offer you.
Also, probably I'm missing some chunks.
Yeah, 30 gold per tooth. Claws, they'll offer you 50 gold per claw. Scales. You're looking at maybe it is a shadow dragon. I'm gonna say they will offer you 40 gold per scale because it's a shadow dragon.
How about blood?
Dragon blood.
Is that gonna go bad after 10 days?
Yeah.
If it's not used to make something.
Oh, then we need to sell the blood immediately.
Yeah, unless you guys can whip up some dragon smoothies.
It's fresh, so I'm gonna go with only young dragon, but
Yes, it's a
fresh
young shadow dragon,
That-
but it's
that should
also
make it more
fresh
valuable.
dragon blood.
It's a
It is
young
fresh.
one.
it's fresh. It's basically straight from the tap. They'll offer you got it. They'll offer you 300 gold each liter.
Yeah, let's eat those.
Nice. Okay, we probably want to sell that immediately because it'll be useless to us soon anyway.
Yeah, I don't.
We
I don't
could like
know.
look into what dragon blood can be used for.
True.
I'm guessing potions.
But if you really want something that you can use dragon blood for, we could always just buy dragon blood again later.
Yeah. Potentially.
Like it'll cost more than just using the stuff we have, but like I don't know.
What about the claws and the teeth? How much were they worth?
It was 30 for teeth, 50 for claws, 40 for scales, I think.
Oh, 40 for scale. I thought 40. Okay.
So we're rich, basically.
Yeah, no, that's great.
We can,
That's a lot
well,
of
we can
money.
buy one
Well,
good
we have
item.
to pay for tower runs and they are expensive. And if we
Keep
want to
saying
take,
that they're not as expensive as the money you're earning
and
now.
if we want to take the air thing across to get to my brother, like that's a whole another thing.
Or we could take half of our money and give it to Pietro to invest, and just
No,
hope
this
it
sounds like
pays
a
out.
terrible
Invest.
idea.
Yes, definitely.
Prime
Oh.
Empire
He's gonna invest it in this one guy winning the next fight.
or Crime Empire. Just saying.
Okay, so I'm down with selling the blood.
I
And
think we should keep at least a few of the teeth. just because they'd make cool necklaces or bartering chips, maybe.
Yeah, we could each have a tooth.
And if we're gonna change our name to Dragon Punch, then having a sweet tooth
Then
necklace
each
for all
having
of
a
us.
tooth necklace is cool. Yeah. All right, we're gonna
Yeah.
we're gonna each keep a tooth, and also.
Could I suggest something?
Can Pietro have a tooth too? What's up?
I mean, you've got 17 teeth.
Yeah.
The 3 of you. What if you all get like
Knuckle
cracks
dusters?
or like knuckle dusters made with a tooth on each Dragon Punch?
That's cool.
That
Will
is
they
cool.
be useful as a weapon?
Only if you do something fancy.
You know, if you need to punch a dragon, it can come in handy. Like if one just swoops in and then it tries to run away.
Does make us
Get a
very good
bop.
at punching dragons and other things.
Well, then we need 12 to make a knuckle duster for each of us.
And then Pietro
If we had
might
4.
need 1 on like a pendant or something.
So we'd have only 2
4
to
to sell.
sell. Or, yeah, 4 to sell.
If you have 4 each, 1 on Pietro, 4 to sell.
I mean, the dragon teeth are cheaper than the other things. It's not the end of the world. I mean,
Okay.
each knuckle duster would be. If we're using 4 teeth per knuckle duster, it would be
120 gold.
yeah. Expensive knuckle dusters,
For
but
some
you know,
bling.
like. I would
That's
only.
how
I
you
would
prove
only,
you're like elite adventurers, right? It's like people wearing gold Rolexes. It's like, hey,
I
look
would
how
only
good
go
I am.
for
Look
it-
at this shiny stuff.
I would only go for it if it actually can be used to make like an effective unarmed.
It can be used to
damage.
make a thing, but you would need to spend money and resources. This would be part of that, and time to make a magical item. It isn't just made by
Okay.
attaching something to a thing and being like, I've taken it together.
Oh, does it need to be magical? Why can't like?
If you
I
wanted
feel
to
like
do
it would just
damage,
be
you
more
want it to be
damage.
magical. Because a lot of creatures don't take damage against mundane items.
Yeah, and equally, if you want to make it actually just a weapon that just does some damage, you would need to do something more fancy than just stick 2 things together. You need to spend at least a day making like a knuckle duster and doing smithing,
I'm a
etc.
blacksmith. I got this.
Yeah, that,
Which
that's
will
Set it
lower
in
the
item
cost.
making,
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
like you just smith it together into a knuckle duster, and then it does an amount of damage.
It still costs me money
Should
to
we like
make a
look
magic
into how
item.
much it would be before we do it, in case it's not worth it?
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
it's totally
question.
not worth it.
Do you want to spend time now deciding on what to sell, or would you like to spend time offline between sessions
We
doing
can
that?
send.
Because
So I think do that
yeah,
offline.
Important
Yeah.
thing right now is sell the blood. The rest of it can wait.
Can we get the blood on loan and then trade that for 2 potions apiece as well, and then take whatever's the difference, just so we have potions on us for our shenanigans? Any
yeah,
shenanigans we can
if you want
enter.
to each have 2 potions, that's 6 potions, totaling 300 gold, and then sell 900 gold worth of blood, you'll get 600 gold to the party and 2 potions each.
I'm down.
Does that sound good to you guys? Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
All right.
Perrin,
enough.
mark the party sheet up by 600. Mark the blood is all gone, and each of you gets 2 healing potions.
It says I still had one, but I didn't.
Who is getting the contingency band, by the way, because it doesn't take an achievement slot?
Oh.
I mean, it's good for anybody.
How does it work again? What activates
Reaction to absorb a potion
Right.
from the band.
Up to 3 can be stored in it.
I think it should go to Perrin
You want to do tank instead of like one of our
or
squishiers?
Skith.
Skith has no self-heal, which is what you decided last time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
right.
I think
yeah.
Skith or
Because
Perrin.
Skith is least likely to use his reaction as a thing, because like
I just have shield.
it would be nice for Perrin to have it, but then he can't use reactions, and he's often being attacked by many things that would be good to shield against.
We all
Can I
have
not
shield.
use shield at all if I wear that?
No, you'd
You-
be able to use shield. You just have to pick which use your reaction for.
Okay. just
Yeah.
pick.
Each
Gotcha.
round you only get 1 reaction. So if you
Yeah.
use it to heal, then you won't be able to use it for other stuff. But yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
that's fine.
Take the
that
ring.
Works out.
Put that on you.
And then you
put
guys
that
don't
on
have to
your
worry
sheet.
about having to run over and heal me if I'm down.
And you
I
can
can
pour.
use bonus actions to heal.
You can
so-
put 3 potions into that bad boy.
Mhm.
Do you want to buy an additional 3 potions right now? And just put them in immediately?
It's up to you guys.
I'm fine with
I
it.
would say
You
at
can do
least
that.
one, right?
Mark off 150 gold from the party sheet, and yeah, the contingency band is fully charged.
Make
3
sure
out of
you
3.
write your charges.
Nice.
I'll add a charge thing to your sheet. Bear in mind that they're all basic potions. I'll add that to your sheet.
At some point, we should get a greater healing and stick it in there too.
True. Well, I don't know if he needs greater healing. How much HP does he have, Max?
45.
Oh, maybe. If he got really low.
Okay.
If we get dud rolls, then sometimes you need that. Here's an important question though. What happens if you put a healing potion with an advert built into it onto that ring?
You can ask Arathane's Emporium, and they say they'll probably need to speak to Arathane, and Arathane is currently away.
That's really funny. I
And
wonder if
I don't want to.
the
I
ring
don't want
just
to
starts
ask
talking.
the Emporium. Yeah, I don't want to ask the Emporium because I don't want them to them to know that I'm trying to find ways to sneak around their adverts.
It's like whoever's wearing the ring just starts saying it out
Question,
loud
though.
themselves.
Why are we paying full cost if we're sponsored?
As I said before, it's 10% off everything but healing potions.
Oh, okay.
Ah, damn.
Lame.
Well, we can buy something later, I'm
Okay.
sure.
Cool, cool.
It's fine.
What next?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we take a day off.
So,
And
Hey.
during that time, I will be reading some things.
classic Maggie takes a day off, reads important stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, Arita
okay.
has a lot of things that she needs to read.
You take a little bit of time. How does Perrin chill out for the remainder of the day?
He probably walks around the city, tries to find bits that haven't been affected by the occupation. Places to relax, like parks or something, like probably places vaguely local to where he lived while he was there, and nice spots that he found in the time that he lived in the city.
Okay. Marina's reading her books. Skith.
Skith will stop in with Arena and give her a daily celestial lesson for an hour or two. Go over some of the alphabet and whatnot, the basics, because he promised her he would do that. And I don't know, he's keeping a low profile. He doesn't really have any useful things he can do besides fireballs. So no tradecraft or anything.
You could
So,
go to find a fish restaurant down in the docks.
Yeah. He probably he drank a lot, so keep getting his belly full. Get some greasy fried fish
Oh yeah. Okay.
and water. Yeah, and I think he would mull over in his mind, like, all right, I'm with this group now. Nobody really knows that much about me, but at some point I'm gonna need more allies if I'm gonna, get my goals, meet my goals. And so he's gonna try to come up with like a plan of a way that he can maybe impart some of his history to them without freaking them out or scaring them off, and also get something for himself out of the deal too, because that's because he's kind of greedy.
Okay. So you're just going to spend some time like beginning to get some like local color in effectively, or do you want to do anything like very specific with this?
With what specifically?
You just want to spend the time so far just chilling out, or is there anything you'd like to actually directly do? Given
There's nothing. I don't think I have much on my list besides just teaching Arena Celestial. I mean, if she ends up wanting me to take the pages from her to translate them myself. The notes
no, the pages
from the tower.
Well, you've got some notes, but also like that will take a lot
Scattered
longer.
ones.
Like we're talking like 8 hours a day, etc. You need to be able to do 8 hours a day to be able to teach a skill as well, and you've already done a little bit today with the deciding what to sell, etc. and going through that.
Yeah, I mean, besides teaching her it though, I could take the notes she did write and then just translate them myself more quickly. I know they're like scattered thoughts from the
Yes,
tower.
you become quite certain early on that this is very heavy arcane formula that's kind of
Okay.
like all over the place, which is why it's also going to take 2 weeks for Rendry to do it.
Gotcha. Oh, I see. Right. That's what she's got Rendry doing. Then I don't have much else to do. I don't, yeah. I mean, I have a funeral in a few days, you know, like I don't want to get out in front of everybody too much. Probably being, you know, in disguise for a good amount of that as well with my alter self spell.
Okay. So, mark down alter self. You spend a lot of time as like a human?
Eating lots of fish.
A human eating a lot of fish. So you get back, belly full of fish, Arena's mind full of knowledge, and Perrin's heart full of melancholy.
Aw.
As you turn in for the night, the first day where you didn't have an immediate quest to rush off and do something. And as you drift off to sleep. Perrin, are you doing anything with the sword tonight?
He's not looking to visit the sword because I don't think he
doesn't
expects to find anything else in there now, particularly.
So, partway through the night, Perrin, you're woken up. Perrin, it's me. Listen, Hark has done something. He's making a move down near the docks.
Oh no.
If you can try and intercept him before he can do anything. I don't know how many...
It's through the stone. Perrin's like, oh no. Like grabs the stone. It's like, I'll be there as soon as I can.
Okay. What'd you do?
I think I'm gonna alert the others.
Arena will
Definitely knocks on Arena's door first.
Arena will quickly grab her things. Only problem is, well, this is night, right? So
You haven't slept yet. You're in non-combat load.
Okay, yeah, I'm in a non-combat loadout, so just FYI.
Okay. Yeah, Perrin knocks in as soon as Arena answers. It's like, we need to move quickly. There's something going on that we've got to stop. I can explain more on the way.
All right.
And she'll quickly try to grab. And she just said,
Should Pietro come or no?
Perrin's like, oh, well, maybe actually he could.
I'm coming. I heard that. I'm coming.
All right,
I'm gonna
sure,
help.
yes. Yeah, just be careful, but you should be okay.
I put Pietro up onto Corvid bot.
I plan on being 100 foot away from any danger.
And I grab
Good,
everything.
perfect. Runs over to Skit's room. Knock, 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 knock.
I'm sleeping, mother.
More knocking.
What? Hello?
Well, at least now we know he has a
Skit,
mama.
something's come up. We need you quickly.
All right. Slog, get himself up, and can I grab my Can I grab anything like my amulet? Or
Hey, yeah, you've all got that. You're good.
I don't even know wear armor, so.
Yeah, you just chuck on your robe, put on the braces, you're good to go.
Yep. All right, let's go. What's wrong?
All right, come on. And I kind of usher people along, and then once we're like in an alleyway hurrying somewhere, Perrin will explain. I got contacted by my mother. Well, I finally met her yesterday late on, and got caught up on things. But apparently, this one guy that I met who was part of the resistance has decided to go and do a big old resist, and is up to something over at the docks. They're not ready for this. We have to put a stop to it.
Why did they
There's
go
the lower
already?
docks, which is further away, and there's the upper docks, which is in the center of town, in the kind of inner sanctum area.
Oh, and she didn't specify.
Didn't specify.
Wait, Perrin, who do I need to kill?
Hopefully there's no killing. There's just a guy that we need to make sure doesn't cause a big scene, get himself killed, and maybe other people too.
Well, then maybe we should split up.
All right. I'll go for the nearer one. You try the further one, Arena. Skith, I guess take your pick which way you go. I guess Arena's got Corvid bot.
In theory, by the way, if you go past the inner docks, there is a road straight down to the lower docks.
Okay, so we could all go.
If you do, it will take you slightly longer to get to the second dock set, but it would mean you'd all be together.
We can split
Okay.
up first, and me and Corvid Bot can go the long way.
I'll go whichever way Pietro doesn't want to go.
And you two go like the fastest. Pietro can probably ride on Corvid Bot with me.
Perm
Corvid Bot
definitely
goes
wants
pretty
to go
quick.
for the nearer docks because he's gonna hope and assume that the nearer docks is where he's being sent because his mother knows where he is and where the docks are and etc.
On your map, this is where you are over at 12. 16 is the inner dock. 15 is the lower dock. So you can kind of see that if you go through the center, you can get straight down to 15 from there.
Oh, yeah,
Otherwise, you're actually taking a longer way around.
Okay, it's 16 then.
Okay, you're all going to 16.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
because like it's basically on the way. It's like there's a slight detour to check out 16, and I think
Okay.
it works out.
So as you head forwards into town, you get to the gate, where a lot of guards have it closed. There is the smaller gate in it, for which, like a sally port, which is open, but they've got a couple of guards flanking it, and they stop you. I'm sorry, no one's going in and out of the center without either permission of the Lemurian Legionary themselves or another entity of the government, unless you are adventurers with good standing of the Lemurian Legionary. What is your name?
Does this look like it's an unusual situation? Like,
Yeah, they don't normally shut the center.
we're adventurers. We heard there was some kind of disturbance.
That's not your name. What's your name?
Oh, with the
Saviors of the
Saviors of the North right now.
You're on the allow list. You can go in.
Thank you.
Nice.
Her moves in. Guess this is the right spot.
All right, we head in.
It looks like they're keeping the doors closed and not really allowing people in from outside. You can see that as you go further in, there's definitely less traffic around. You hurry towards the docks. You've got a slight choice here. You can look around the entire dock. It would just take longer, but where do you want to start? You could start at the naval docks, which is the closest, or you could start a little bit further away at the commercial docks. But it's still
Naval docks.
high-rise
That's where he's
commercial
gonna like.
Okay.
If the rebellion's gonna cause disruption, it's gonna be at the naval docks rather than the commercial.
Okay, Perrin immediately decides which way to go and sprints down towards the naval dock.
As we're moving, Perrin's like, remember, the people involved are good people. They've just got ahead of themselves. Don't kill anybody. Just
Well, then how am I supposed to
thing.
stop them, Perrin?
more carefully. I mean, these are probably unleveled people. It shouldn't be hard. We just gotta shut them up. That's part of it.
As you get down towards the area with the actual military docks itself, everyone make me perception rolls.
Ooh, all right. Can Corvid Bot make one as well?
No, he wouldn't know what to look for in this situation.
It's got a second nat 20 in a row. Apparently, it's my day for
Oh my
Okay,
gosh, it's not
Perrin.
my day.
You are on the button tonight. You notice that there's a few less guards than you'd expect. Maybe because they've got all the guards on the gates and so on. But as you start heading forwards, you manage to work out a pretty easy route in. It looks like they aren't guarding one side as much as they normally would, and you kind of make your way in through there. And as you get up to where you'd think, right, okay, we've got as close as we can do without coming across a checkpoint. You notice there is no checkpoint. There's no guard watching this approach. And you see, off to one corner, two bodies. The Lemurian Legionary, gold armor, pushed under what appears to be like a thick cloth tarp.
And this all seems like it's not been found yet.
Has not been found yet.
Okay, they're being smart about it. They've caused a disturbance at the other docks, but this is where they're doing the real operation.
So now what?
All right, let's keep moving.
Should I get rid of the bodies?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how we're supposed to play this.
All right, I'll follow your lead. You're the one that woke me up.
Yeah, Arena's
As you go forwards,
very confused.
you spot up ahead an interesting figure. There appears to be a halfling crouched nearby, looking in the direction you're going towards, who spots you on approach. Not wearing any sort of Lemurian legionary armor. You find yourself approaching this halfling with a little bit of trepidation. Kazric! You notice a group of adventurers walking up behind you?
Kazric is going to put his a dagger away. I would assume that he would have had it out in this instance, knowing what he's looking for, and kind of stands straight up, as tall as he possibly can, on observance of these adventurers approaching, and kind of offers a bright smile and a wave, masking the almost deadened, haunted eyes that he hides behind that smile. And it goes, well, howdy there, folks. How's everybody doing today?
Who are you? What are you doing out here?
I'm just fishing. Just fishing. You know, we gotta catch them walleyes and all that.
Insight
You're
check.
on watch, aren't you?
I love fish. Any luck?
I'm insight
Oh
checking.
no, it's not really the right time, but I just wanted to be out here early.
Make a deception check.
Cool.
10, but Perrin's already expecting someone to be on guard for them coming, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
like
if
sus
that's the
of him.
case, you can totally, like, you can get a vibe, but you can be like, yeah, Perrin does not accept this because it's so obviously a bad idea.
How did I roll?
Roll for 2. Even Arena.
Even I
Even
get it.
Skip. You're all just like... But also, with that insight,
That
you
moment
notice
when a
that...
3 insight is enough.
That
Should have
was
brought a
so
fish
With that
with you.
insight, though, maybe not Arena's insight, but with everyone else's insight, you also get the feel that they're not here on guard either. They're here independently, and they seem a little bit... There's a tiny little child that maybe they're uncertain about the position either.
I think you're lying.
That's what
What's
Arena
going
said.
on here? Because I think you know.
Nah, I mean, I'm just here to fishing. That's that. All right,
They're
I guess
only
no
letting
toots in line
certain
there.
people in, so there's definitely not going to be fishers that they're going to let in.
Oh, that was easy to get into. It's all good. Have you seen? And he kind of pauses for a moment and rubs his hand across his very pudgy chin. Little stubby fingers, decorated in little like jewels and unrefined stones, maybe some bone jewelry as well, and kind of is just taking everybody in for a moment. Well, if I must be honest, and that's the right way to be, right? Is to be honest here. Hi, my name is Kazric, and I'm looking for somebody.
You're
What are all your names? Just to make sure.
My name's Perrin. You're looking for someone?
Yeah, not you. What about you?
Arena?
Nope. And how about you?
Your name is Rick.
That's a great name, Rick.
Thank
Let's see. What was my okay? My name is
Insight deception, go for it.
Insight deception. Yeah, that's so funny. Oh, that's great. Nice.
nice.
I am Rick.
It's
So
called
quick
Rick.
too. Like I was
Rick.
just like, yeah. Great.
All right. Well, cool. So, well, I'd love to stay and party with you, but no, this is not. None of you are who I'm looking for. So, I'm gonna be on my
Who
way.
are you?
Hold
Who are
on
you
a minute.
looking
Hold
for?
on. I mean, this place is swarming with guards. There's 2 dead Lumarians over there. I don't know if you noticed. You're not just wandering off.
Well,
Why don't you tell us the
that
name
wasn't
of-
me.
Who was it?
If you could tell us the name of who you're looking for, maybe we know of them.
That's well.
How do I know I can trust you?
Because we haven't yelled for the guards yet.
I
I'm
don't
not
think
worried
anyone
about the
knows that
guards.
we can trust one another at all.
Who are you worried about?
I'm worried about the things that go bump in the night. The things that are from all over the well, not this realm. The
Is that
realm's
what-
up, the realm's down,
Is
the
that-
realm's to the
Maybe-
left, to
maybe-
the right.
Them?
Maybe I scratched your back, you scratched mine. I'm looking for a guy called Harker. Does that ring a bell to you?
Well, how did you know? Are you one of those mind readers?
Are you looking for Harker?
I'm looking for Harker.
Oh, you have made a mistake coming here. I mean, he's here, but you shouldn't be here.
Oh no, I gotta be here.
Why?
Harker got himself into some funny business.
Yeah, he did. Are you trying to get him out of that business?
Hmm. To
You're trying
find
to get him
out.
into more of that
I think
business.
he's
Okay.
going to try to help him with the business, Aaron.
No, well, I'm gonna help him with some business, but it's not his.
Then what are you going to help him with?
He's got something that he should not be having.
What does he have?
And like,
She asks a lot of questions. Don't mind her.
oh hey, I'm all great with questions. I can ask about 50 more in return too, because y'all are very interesting people. And you're also looking for Harker, and I'm very curious as to why you know Harker, and again, if I should trust you or not. But Harker's been doing some deals, some little devil deals, and it's not good. It's not good. What he's got could literally just flatten this city.
What does he have? Oh my gosh, I need to know now.
Are you familiar with some huskies?
Like the dog?
No. Well, I mean, could they be dogs? Nope. Okay.
We don't know any huskies.
Or
No,
Don't even know who
no,
Harker
are
is.
you talking about like big machines?
No, not huskers.
Okay.
Arena
husk
has read a lot of
zombies.
books about different things with the name Husk in it.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of husk out there.
Wait. Zombies?
Yeah, the undead ones, the ones that kind of, come on up and say.
Wait, is he
hello
trying to?
and-
Is he trying to make zombies?
Well, as far as I'm aware, what my intel says,
Aaron,
yeah.
you did not tell us that this was what
Gods,
he was
okay,
into.
yeah, I think we're on the same side. You want to stop him making zombies? I'd like to stop him making zombies. That seems like a good plan.
Great. So
Okay,
where is
right.
It's clear that
I have no
Perry doesn't
idea.
know that his dad is making zombies. What's happening?
What?
Is it clear that you're like blindsided by this?
Yeah, Perrin's like, wait, what?
Okay.
Zombies?
Okay.
Yeah. Is that okay? So you didn't kill those guards, right? All cards on the table.
They were
Okay,
there,
right.
taking
Harker's
a
around here
easy
somewhere.
before I got here, so
Let's start looking. Extra pair of eyes works for me. Okay.
great.
While they're
but
looking, Arena is going to do. I gotta open this up. Sorry. Gentle repose on the 2 guards.
Okay. Can you use that twice, or is it only once?
I can use it a number of times equal to my wisdom modifier. Never mind. I will not do it. I take it back.
Right. So, are you all sneaking, which will mean you're slower, or are you going around normally, or are you sprinting, which will mean you're faster, but your perception will be lowered?
I'll go with sneaking.
I'll go with
Okay.
sneaking.
I assume that the group's going to go with the same thing, otherwise it makes it a little bit redundant. But if you want to all sneak then, if that's the decision of the group, everyone make me a stealth throw.
7.
7. 12. 9. 27. I need Corvidbot and...
I was rolling.
Oh, great. And Uwak.
18. Nice.
Oh yeah, Uwak. I forgot about Uwak.
Bring up the average, Uwak.
Uwak gets a +5.
Never mind. 7.
He gets a +5 though. I just rolled a 2.
Yep.
That's so bad.
The average.
So, Kazric, with your 27.
Actually, I could increase people's skill, because I have Flash of Genius.
It would affect the average a little bit, but not hugely.
Got the current average is 10.5.
Yeah, whose do I need to up
That's
to?
garbage.
Whose do I need to up?
I mean, if you up the 12 or the 9, it would have a similar effect on both. Because effectively right now, 7, 7, 27, and 18
I
are
can't do it on
ignored
myself,
between
so it'd
12
have to
and
be the
9.
9.
Yeah, it'd be between. It's averaging between 12 and 9 at the moment. So if you buff the 9 to make it a 14,
Yeah,
it means the average will be a 13.
I'll give Skith some advice,
Okay.
and then he does better than me.
So, yeah, that's part of the reason you only get like a little bit lower is because you're actually speaking to Skith and it's kind of like the whispers. But as Kazric moves forwards, almost ghost-like, Kazric is incredibly difficult to see. Almost melding with the shadows, keeping with every single step, every single breeze of the wind, carefully masking their sound. Kazric, you look behind you and it's almost like watching pots and pans collapse out of a kitchen. Like, you just open, bang, 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 bang. It's not that loud, but to you, it is. Someone who is that stealthy is very disappointed by what you're hearing. However, the group does move forwards with a median of 13, thanks to the flash of genius there.
I'm just there like, sorry, I'm coated in liquid bronze. It makes noises.
You look and like, you can see like molten metal moving up his face to the edge of his face so that it's almost ready to close over it. His hands, which were previously bare, are now metal gauntlets that seem to move exactly and flex with his hand, almost like he's wearing a liquid metal skin.
With maintaining that 27 and not speaking, in order to preserve his stealthiness, Kazric is gonna look, or not even look. Perrin, you're gonna hear a voice in your head, in your mind. Hey, use. I'm gonna want to know a little bit more about that. That's really absolutely fascinating.
Oh, telepathic. We can do that too. I can't, but Arena can.
Oh, hey. That makes this a little bit easier, don't you think?
Also, the armor's not for sale.
Oh, I'm not a dealer. I'm interested in what it is, how it works. Where'd you get it from? That's spectacular.
I'll tell you about it later once we found Harker and stopped a zombie army from being raised.
Hey, fair enough.
Okay. Everyone make me perception as you look for Harker. I mean, you're pretty much going to succeed, but I just need to know how quickly you find Harker. Skith almost steps off the dock into the ocean.
You say we're going to succeed, but we're coming in here with the 6s and the -1s, and...
Skith, I'm going to say you do actually, because it is dark, and yes, your dark vision helps, but you do actually step briefly off into kind of like where one of these, what's it called, like where you bring boats onto land. It's just a slipway kind of situation, but for like rowboats. Yeah, you actually stumble into that and you get water like up to your breasts, like plate. You're not wearing a breastplate, you're wearing cloth up to your chest. And it like gets soaked robe, and as you get out, like it's all damp and heavy. But with that arena, you look over onto the next dockyard, and there is one of these things that you've never really seen super up close. An airship. Sails off each side, but pulled in, moored in. Sails on the top, beginning to unfurl. At the back, a huge propeller, which is starting to spin up. And on board, you can hear very faint echoes, there's fighting going on. You can see a mage blasting people with what appears to be like a kind of etheric purple energy. There's a guy dancing back and forth with a rapier, and as you watch, he cuts someone's throat with an uppercut before coming back in and stepping forwards into someone else. You can see Lemurian legionaries on the boat. There's not many of them. There are several dead, and you can also see a few people in the background as well, wearing like red armbands of cloth tied around the left biceps, who are busy shuffling stuff across, unmooring ropes, and a couple of them fighting Lemurian legionaries, although they do seem to be doing a little less well.
Ooh, Arena, as soon as she sees it, in the order of Perrin, Skith, Pietro, Kazric, says to you all in your head,
Look, up there!
and she's kind of like pointing, but in your head you hear her say that to you.
Is this in the naval docks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Damn it. Someone else got here first.
As you
I'll
look
cast
across,
prestidigitation on myself to dry off.
okay, you're instantly dry. As you look across, you see this airship moored up, cannons down each side, with a full-on engagement of different forces going on top of it. It's hard to tell instantly what's going on until you realize that this seems to be the resistance forces fighting the Lemurian legionaries, and it looks like the resistance forces are starting to win. Several of them are actually stopping fighting and actually beginning to unfurl sails. You can see the engine at the back, the propeller starting to slowly spin up. But the actual fighting is somewhat deadened. The sound is muffled, almost like it's coming from a massive distance. As you can kind of see sword impact shield, there is a kind of rather than a clang. The shouting itself, the screams of the dying, again, like a wailing in the distance, opposed to necessarily someone maybe 60 foot away screaming. And as you step forwards, finding yourself in the middle of what appears to be a pitched battle. We're going to end today's episode.
Woo! We're gonna be fighting, and I don't have fighting gear.
I don't even know who we should be fighting in this.
I don't either. Maybe we have to shout at people and like tell them stop. I don't know.
Everyone stop
Yeah.
fighting and
Yeah.
hug. It's fine.
Let's
We've been
just hug
planning
out.
this for months,
is
but
a
I'm gonna
thing.
need to talk
you
to
did-
you for a minute.
We just
about
gotta,
this.
you just gotta walk up. You just gotta walk up with a Pepsi, and you solve the problems.
That's exactly how it works.
God.
Yeah. Anyway, we are ending there today. We'll be back, of course, next week, same time, with a lot more Kazric. Sorry.
I'm excited.
Chet,
Can we
Chet
just?
was working out whether like they were making bets on whether or not Nemenic would break the record for longest time.
I think it is. I
before
think he
character
has
introduction.
the longest
I don't know,
time.
I
Well,
think-
someone was saying that
Alex
there was
I had-
2 minutes before the record, and I'm trying to think what the record was.
Still the champ.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
How about still holds the latest intro? Anyway, so we're going to go very quickly through all our things. Again, today's episode was supported by Miazilla. So, Miazilla, thank you very much for supporting today's episode. I'm hoping you're enjoying the many RPs we had today. Mercurix and the Ghost of Zepol are now up on the Patreon if you want to look at the Ascension GM notes. And I guess Pietro might end up there soon, but not yet.
Oh, not yet. Oh, because he has to pick his patron.
I'm happy I
He's
didn't
going into a
spoil
fight
myself
and he's
on the
seeing how
class.
bad the fight is. I'm telling you, he's gonna have to pick.
Oh no!
Also,
Oh.
we were sponsored today by Roll20. We've been using Roll20 for literally the entire time we've been a thing. So thank you very much to them. If you wish to go check them out, they do all the amazing things you can do with tabletop RPGs. Including obviously Dungeons & Dragons, which we're using right now, including the dynamic lighting, which I would have shown off today, but we've only just got to the battle map. It's a very nice battle map. I spent a lot of work on this battle map. We're gonna get to use it next week though. That's fine. Next week is gonna be intense, so hopefully I'll get to show you off more of their fancy dynamic lighting. But we also have an affiliate thing, which means that if you click it, they like us more or something if you sign up through there. That's the thing. It'll be in the chat, it'll be down below. That's all said and done. We'll go through the outros of people and Gnome, who are you, what do you do, and where can we find you when you're not being kept waiting by people selling dragon parts?
Hey, Dragon Parts are very important, but hi, my name is Gnome. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram at Gnomedic. I do TTRPG things and TTRPG spaces. I run a morning talk show over on my Twitch channel every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with Air Savad and Wally132, where we talk TTRPGs and basically anything else. Am I allowed to swear? Was there swearing allowed?
Oh yeah.
I mean, as long as it's not like every word, I think you're fine.
Okay, great.
Yes.
We basically like to wake the fuck up and hope have everybody come and join us to do exactly that.
Okay. What about Maggie? What about you?
Hi, I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places because that's my name. I do lots of things on the internet. If you want to see them, that's how you do. And I make video games for a living. I'm currently working on a game called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places.
Cobalt, what about you?
Hey, I'm Cobalt Shriek. I've been streaming on Twitch for like 9 years. I play a lot of indie games. I'm mostly known for The Binding of Isaac. I'm doing a Deathless Unlock file right now, and then doing a full file character streak, where I try not to die as many times in a row as I can. And yeah, I stream 6 days a week. I play D&D 2 days a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays here. Tuesdays on a different channel, Thursdays here. And it's always a pleasure. I always have a great time. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Ben, what about you?
I am Bentham, and for some weird reason, I have a YouTube channel, Twitch channel called Mangled Pork, where I play games and stuff like that. Most recently, we completed Volcanoids in multiplayer. We didn't think we were going to complete it, and then we found out that when there's 3 of you, you can get through it in like 10 hours. So we did all of Volcanoids, and I need to publish those so you can see them. And doing some SnowRunner and other random multiplayer things like that too. What about you, EA?
Hi, I'm Air Elysium, and you can find me at twitch.tv/Air Elysium, and I'm playing Warhammer 2 Total War as dwarves. It's the end times. We're getting Temper Chaos. We're maybe holding out? Question mark? We'll see. Right, that's it. That's all the things. That's all she wrote. Next week we'll be back with Karen Picks a Side, Electric 2 Boogaloo. He can't hedge now, or can he? Right, that's it. We're gonna go do an after show.
I'm an expert at sitting on a fence.
All right, we'll see y'all next week. And of course, tune in this Saturday and Sunday for more Roll For It action right here, twitch.tv/rollforit, 10 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. GMT. Toodles.